Welcome to session number 29 of Tears of the Kingdom. We are 2 dungeons in with 63 shrines and 191 Koroks. We are high up in the sky at Sky Mine Island that we just completed backwards and upside down at the end of the previous session. Unlocking the relevant interaction here after we had already done everything else, so we'll look around at this island briefly. It seems like it was just a landing point for the object from above. That we already knew about. We do have a little bit of stick drift returning today, so hopefully it's not going to cause too many walking deaths, so we're just trying to pace forward from time to time. And we did already get roughly what we wanted out of this location. Only thing really special about this one is the hydrant, I think. So, anyway, here's what we're looking at here. That ideally I would like to head all the way over. And that's what I'm talking about, is that, you know, sometimes when I'm just facing forward and scoping, I think I have a little bit of drift that's going to carry me forward a few steps, and that could sometimes mean the difference between life and death. We're finding a particularly perilous vantage point. So anyway, to get from here over to the labyrinth, the elevation is obviously great, but I think we're likely to have issues with the distance. However, I think there was an intermediary island somewhere here. Oh, we had in fact tagged it already. There's a bit of a halfway point because labyrinth all the way up here. It's a little bit further. I think it's probably wiser to do this in 2 legs. The issue mainly being that we are way down in available materials. Particularly, we are lacking in fans. We don't have the zonite to really build much more than that because I'm down to what, like 4 zonite or something? Let's take a look. Yeah, I got 5 zonite. I'm able to build maybe 1 fan. And so, we can't really do too much. There might be additional materials down there, though, at that landing. And if we're able to ascend out of that, like if we take something like a single fan and wing and a rocket to give me enough of a boost to get up to that location, then perhaps we can use that as a staging point. Again, the limitation here being that we are just about out of zonite, we'd need to pick up new materials there, and I certainly don't think that wings would have the durability to get me all the way over. So hopefully a single fan will do it. It might not give me enough thrust for a wing to survive, but I think we'll have to basically go with that and see if this strategy works. We would also be on our very last rocket. The idea is that we'll take a wing. I think we might even don't want to sail right down directly if we're heading downwards, so we're not using a steering stick, but then that I'm not always particularly confident about, so yeah, with a steering stick it might be too much weight for a single fan, so that's okay. We're autosaved here. If this is a disaster, then we're about to find out the hard way. And yeah, we'll get the initial thrust off the rocket. I don't think I can do it without. I think we'll almost certainly want it. So, let's flip this over for a minute. Again, I don't think the previous rocket build that we had saved particularly works. But we'll catch things this way. And again, we're out of fans, we're out of rockets. This could very well be an absolute disaster, but we're close enough to Tarrytown that with a couple of charges in tow, we can start to restock some essential parts. But we'd be remiss not to at least make an attempt at Labyrinth today, even though we're going to lose some elevation here initially. think we'll almost certainly need maybe not even a battery. We're just sailing down. And perhaps we can just ride a glider, but again, I'm a little concerned about durability. So we'll try without a stick. If we die, that's fine. Since we're going down, I might even have been able to try without a fan, but again, I'm worried about wing expiry. So we're going to try to head straight down here and see if we can use that as a bit of a supply depot. I don't like that we're losing that much elevation though when Labyrinth Island over here. I feel like with sufficient materials we could have made it quite easily, in fact. But that's what's going to happen, so if we are down by battery, that's okay because we'll be on the wing, we won't be using a steering stick, hopefully the weight will be fine. Let's just tap this and go. We'll hopefully fly down accurately by the time we get the first expiry here. And the labyrinth looks so approachable too, but it might be a little bit deceptive because its height is a bit misleading. Pitch all the way down if we can. Well, let's not jump down though. Again, have to be very careful about stick drift here. That's how I'm playing this. We're actually going to maybe overshoot. There's a water landing. That might be possible. We're going to attempt the water landing. And miss. It was totally doable too. We might even have been able to do it without the fan, in fact. In which case we should save it. Like with just rocket plus glider. But again, that depends very much on wing expiry. And our ability to land out of that, which... Again, we have to pitch forward, but don't quite like where I'm standing. Okay, that's okay. We're close enough to doing that it is worth trying, I think. It's definitely worth trying. Let's try it without the fan. Just to see. Now we have this pre-saved as a build, but... Oh, actually this is a good opportunity to test. What did this recipe that was expiring instantly still makes sense if we're doing it with the pre-placed parts, which should actually be okay. Yeah, we actually know we have enough distance to work with here. And so, it's just a straight ride with glider that we can position without the fan. And again, wing expiry is the main risk factor, but if we swoop down like this, and fix our aim. Again, stick drift has me a little worried here. Aim nice and far down. Try to land on a target and get the water landing too if we can. Make more wings available in this location. Let's go straight down. And we'll even conserve that one fan. Straight down if we can. This will be good. This is promising. Pitch it all the way down. Land. And if we need to replace wings, that's great. We even have ferries. I don't even know if I'll bother getting a ferry given. Also, yeah, so that's available. That's promising because we do have wings and propellers to spare over here. And batteries. This is actually a really good flight point. And steering sticks, look at that. And look at that, we got all these just kind of pre-built. I love this vehicle, actually. Maybe this is the kind of craft that we wanted to get in the first place. Let's try to save this build, in fact. Let's see. Because this is very similar to the quadrotor drone that I previously had. Except it's much better. Because it has a way to control elevation, perhaps. And it has tons of battery packs. So I actually am going to try this and see if we can get the appropriate elevation gain to go upstairs. And in case we need to save this blueprint, I'm going to detach a battery and reattach it, just so it's saved in our auto-build buffer. And then if we like it, then we're going to keep it in auto-build. And I think this is very promising. As long as we have a good launch point over here, we just aim straight for it. We can even crash into the labyrinth wall if necessary. I mean, obviously with so many batteries attached to it, this is going to be a very expensive build if we ever want to try it. But something that's kind of on backup. 54, yeah, that's crazy. Might even be something that's worth saving with no batteries or one battery. Just to try out. In fact, I think that is what we might do. No, let's just keep it for now. Let's just fly it. We know what a schematic is like. And yeah, with the fans just kind of attached. Which way? Actually, yeah, no, I think we should do it. We should detach the batteries and save this as its own build. Let me see what we should overwrite. Auto build. We've got all these schematics. We're probably going to ditch this double rocket launch. It's not actually that useful. I think we are going to, yeah, we'll just attach the batteries. Because batteries are something that we can always as ourselves, or we leave one on, perhaps. It's just such an expensive build. It's one that I'm a little wary of. But it is extremely promising. Just that batteries add to the expense considerably. So for example, if we had auto build on this current configuration, most recent one, oh, you'd need to attach something in order for that to happen first. Yeah, simply because batteries are super expensive. We want a bit more of a short-range hopper. What we'll do is we'll reassemble the stick. Let's just do a bit of a price check on this thing. 18. Whoops, that's a lot better. And let's put the whole thing back together. If we like it, we'll keep it. Entirely possible that if we take a death here, that we'll lose all that anyway, and revert to the last save, so let's move it. Also, let's properly explore this island. There were ferries here. It's a really good landing point. In fact, even a treasure chest. Additional parts, I hope. Old map, yeah, we'll take it. Glad I didn't overlook that. Wonder we had overlooked that in one of the previous locations like this that we saw. But the nice thing about the old map is that it will save our current state. I'm losing the chest, at least I think it does. But yeah, got this potentially super expensive long-range flight that's coming. And we should just do it. Controls nicely, in fact. I'm sure the power depletion is a little crazy. I mean, it would be the same as my usual quad rotor. Which again is not built for a lot of rapid forward motion, but nice thing is that the height control is a lot better. Much better. And we're gonna run the batteries out pretty quickly here if we are correct for this. But yeah, this is much better because you can actually pitch downward and prevent your elevation gain from being too intense. Now we do almost certainly need an additional charge here. We'll keep an eye on that. Possibly even two, depending on the distance, but we cannot let this deplete. Going to plug in the large charge to be safe in just a moment. We're reasonably close, but I don't want to take chances. And so a large charge is the safest way to go, particularly as we want to keep the small charges for some additional item rolls. There we go. Yeah, we have hardly any of those left, in fact. Can't quite gauge distance here, so let's use the full charge just to be safe. That was excessive, but in some ways I don't even mind that it was excessive. Because maybe we can even take this up to the top before we hit a shrine. Sail back down. Yeah, just take it all the way up here. See if that gets me anything. Now, can we do a nice safe landing? We're about to find out. Yes, we can. Then, well, here we are in the labyrinth. Bit of a long way down either way, though. And we probably should have saved at a shrine and activated that first point, which perhaps give you a passage from down below, but we don't really know that, so. Yeah, we have very little battery remaining on this, so we might just use the top of it. I like this design, though, I think. Given that it uses the exact same materials as our current quad rotor, we might even replace that. Also, we're in low gravity here, which is really important to know. We have no idea how things look below, of course. Seems like quite a drop. Possibly even into an abyss. And we probably don't want to mess with that too much. There, though, it looks like a potential landing point. That's promising. Why don't we do this? We'll try to land here. Nope, hang on. Can I recall this? Nope, we're going to die. We are going to die. Should have taken the shrine first. Well, let's see where we are reloaded, because we just lose the vehicle, that's fine. If we're at the Sky Labyrinth. If we're not, we'll try to fly it again, and we'll see how we're doing when it comes to saving recipes. That's why we didn't take the ferries. Yeah, still not great at landing from a great height. That's the issue that we encounter generally with that vehicle. Possibly I just want to pop a wing here and head back down. Obviously we do want to make it back to that shrine eventually. That first activation point, and also just see what this is, but it could be that we have a lot of hopping to do to get down there, so... Oh, in low gravity, no less. So let's be extra careful. Also, I guess our access to that central area has been slightly cut off unless we go to that side first. See if we can make this gap at any point. Obviously, this is partly built with the expectation of the paraglider. And one contingency I had was, you know, in the event that we had a descent like the previous one, to kind of jump off the platform and head over to the walls and ride that down instead, but we had a few problems with that, so that wasn't about to happen. Now, also, yeah, there are some additional platforms down there that we can see. Little catwalks. Might be promising. Once again, we should look around to see if some more of those exist. Maybe that's what we should go for, little catwalks like that. There's something down there. Can't quite tell what. Yeah, those are walkable. Don't know if they allow you to enter anything. We should definitely survey a place like this a little bit before I really commit to a drop. And of course the shrine location was itself rather prominent to begin with. Yeah, there is this central area here. It looks very, very promising, but we'll see, because obviously there's something I was supposed to loot here. I guess we will head down. It's going to be a long descent, but we'll take it. And we're in low gravity, so hopefully we can just do it. Cling on to the walls where necessary. Okay. Just continue to drop if we can. We're in low gravity. Yeah. So yeah, the large charge earlier was excessive, but it did allow us to scout and save the top position. I guess here, if you activate this Ultra Hand Point, it opens up the labyrinth from below. Let's get the shrine first, then. That would seem to be the sensible thing to do. Oh, perhaps you're supposed to place a crystal here? No, this looks like it's already installed, so let's take it. Save our position here, and then see what this is. What kind of trial weight says? Courage to jump? Yeah. I guess we'll need the courage to jump. A couple of vehicles here, too. Then up the ramp we go. Nope, we had the courage to jump, but not quite at the angle we needed. Okay, we'll try it again. We'll heal up at the end of this anyway. Yeah, it is a low grab. We do need this to go over. It's basically a driving test. A couple of constructs here that we don't want to deal with. Whoop. Did I recall this? Yeah, we should have. Because without a vehicle, I think we'll probably not be able to make it across, but that's okay, we'll knock out some of these guys first. Probably have to recover all the way from the start, but... Let's take the big bow here. Okay. Possibly some arrows so we can get out of them. That cat, given the number of demerit points that we've snacked up already, I think that revocation of the license is definitely called for. Anyway, I almost certainly need the car to continue. So the question is whether we continue to explore and knock out a few enemies while we're at it. We can, I mean, you never know what kind of solutions we can come up with next. Particularly in low gravity here, where we probably supposed to require the car to go over a laser gate like this one, but if we just go up top, maybe we can avoid that. And yeah, supposed to be a driving course, but we'll walk. And jump. Just kind of see what is doable. The nice thing about low grab is that we can just get into the bullet time shot instantly and pick up lots of arrows, which is wonderful. Yeah, we're gonna lose that bow. As expected, we got some weaker bows after that. Can you shield surf in this game? Yes, you can. In fact, because you can attach things to your shields, there are things you can do with the shield surf that are a bit unusual. Not all of them work, but there are some interesting effects that you can get out of it. Let's just check bomb to this. Ah, treasure chest. So, I guess we don't need a car up to this point after all, but... We'll see how long it lasts. Also, another shield that we absolutely don't need. I don't know if we want to replace the durability one, probably not. I think we'll just leave it. So many chests that we have no space whatsoever to loot. But yeah, this is obviously a vehicle track, probably all the way to the end. But we'll get to fight some things, so let's just take it. Might as well get some stamina back, and then we'll try to snipe this guy. Oh, I need a bow first of all. There we go. You don't actually need a good bow. And here is another car, so... And a car with some rockets, too. Well, I mean, the obvious thing to do is just to bolt all the rockets on and send it up, but... We'll just scout ahead first and see what we're dealing with. Yeah, there's a shrine landing location. There's a pretty wide landing location. So given that we're just given a car here, sure, let's bolt a few things on. Isn't that a sensible thing to do? And yeah, just totally abiding by local safety regulations. Nothing too daredevil about it. It'd be nice if I could actually align this stuff though, so it isn't too asymmetrical. Look at that. Alright, we need a better view of this. Of course, low gravity is affecting my ability to jump around and install any of these parts. I don't want things to be too off balance, so we do want a little bit of symmetry from time to time. It's totally off. That's okay. Let's put some down below. Hopefully things don't totally blow up my face. We'll go before the ramp. Maybe. I don't know if that makes sense. Or should we go on the ramp? On the ramp, I think. This is still a little bit off. I'd really like to adjust this. That still doesn't look great. That's okay. We'll hopefully not make a total disaster out of this. Yeah, let's go before the ramp. Because height might be an issue if I just start directly on the ramp, so. There we go, nice and smooth. No problem whatsoever. Boom, boom, boom. That's how to play it. Vroom, vroom, vroom. Yeah, that too. Zoom, zoom, zoom. That takes us up to 64 or so. We'll be able to plug in 2 more hearts next time we stop in town. Let's loot the labyrinth first. We'll have to open it up and see how to proceed from there. Oh, I also probably totally cleared the previous vehicle from my buffer. Let's fix that actually. Because I do want to keep it. Let's make sure I can dig it up in my history. Okay, good. We still have this guy. Assuming we just have a stash of batteries. Yeah, we'll try to keep this design. It's a minor improvement over the quad rotor that I had previously in terms of having some elevation control to pitch forward. But it's still not great for the descent, so I'll probably nuke something redundant here. Like, we know this thing doesn't really work right now. It's color plane. Yeah, we'll get rid of this one. Hopefully I can unlock more slots for that, because we are absolutely out of blueprints. It doesn't make sense to pre-blueprint something with tons of batteries on top of it. It's much too costly. Because, like, I think this was 18, and then this was 54 or something more batteries. What even is that? It's... yeah. 9 zonite per battery. Not gonna work out. So, let's open up the labyrinth. Let's see what we were supposed to do with this before we just decided to fly over the whole thing. Test of wisdom. Four terminals are hidden in this maze. Alright, let's explore the sky maze. Given that it is a straight drop into the abyss below. And given that you're probably supposed to ride the updraft, doing this with a glider might be a little bit challenging, but... No, the nice thing about the updraft, though, is that potentially we can ride a vehicle into it. Also, interesting variant of the labyrinth music that we haven't heard before. Now, if we can get on a ledge up there, perhaps what we can do is ride a vehicle to certain locations. We'll see. I actually should have maybe tried a vehicle, but again, we're totally out of cash, and so we're kind of limited by the materials I've packed in here with me. And some of them, like the wing, might be useful here, but we're pretty limited, especially with no glider. But I think the way to do it will be to climb up and start at the top and just kind of jump your way down to each potential individual segment in the various corners of the maze. Yeah, we can stand on a ledge for a moment, which I think I knew from previous experience we can do. We just recover some stamina and then just climb all the way up. And we'll see how it goes now that the terminal has activated a couple of different points to hit. From up above, we scouted a couple of different platforms to land on that have some potential. Like climbing a V12? Yeah, I suppose so. You just had plenty of practice. I mean, it's easy for me to just push the stick into the climb and watch him go. Unlike climbing, where typically this easy. All these things that Link has to adapt to with his replacement arm. Have you ever tried rock climbing? Yeah, not over a great elevation or anything, but it's not particularly good for my hands, though, and my hands are a little bit precious to me, so... It was a very long time ago, but yeah, I did used to play around with climbing walls and the like, and also not over much of a distance, like some rock faces. Mostly just climbing wall structures and such, but again, too hard on my hands, and I tend to be very delicate about those, so... Alright, we'll be able to get up to the top pretty easily, especially with the rest stops that we had along the way. Yeah, been quite a few years since I last went to a climbing gym. So. I wonder if I can make this jump since it's low gravity. I bet I can. We just need to make contact with the wall, right? So we lean into it. Hey, come on. That's hardly fair. Oh. Oh, I actually do get a bit of the updraft if I dive. That's something new. I didn't know that. That without the glider, the updraft is enough. I wish we knew that to begin with. This actually solves a lot of different problems. This solves a lot of issues. This is the big ascent from down below. We don't want to mess with it. I guess now we've activated a gust, perhaps it's accessible from all the way down. I did not know this, that we can just do soft landings now all over the place. But I guess the gust didn't activate until just now, so... yeah, you can get a bit of an updraft. Problem is that you can't really cling onto the wall afterwards. Whoa. This is interesting. Yeah, because then you can basically maintain elevation and dive like this without issues. Let's not accidentally chuck the hammer. Why no glider for this run? Pretty much just by accident. My actual rule is I didn't want to play with fast travel. Since I wasn't playing with fast travel, we missed the glider early on. Because it's much more... I mean, it is missable in this game in a way that it definitely isn't back in Breath of the Wild. And we just never went back to get it, and it gradually just kind of took over the identity of the run because it led to some interesting problems to solve, and it was kind of fun to play this way. So we can see the labyrinth all the way down below. We obviously don't want to go down. But we do want to continue flying about the maze, and now we know how to fly here without the glider. We're actually in much more interesting shape. We could maybe even go over to the other end and see if we can find a beacon. Now I hope I don't have to dive too far down to get one of the required beacons, because that would potentially be an issue. You can't 100% netcat, I don't think, because... but now that we've found this, maybe we can. Because the issue I found was I have skipped at least 3 shrines so far that seemed like I couldn't do them without the glider. Or something like covering horizontal distance, or giving myself a safe fall from a great height, or other functions that you typically associate that with. And in shrines, you're not allowed to pull out your own materials for custom builds. So you can't get around that the way that you would with vehicles in the overworld. So I'm pretty sure 100% isn't doable, because some shrines simply seem to have a glider as a hard requirement. But you never know. I mean, maybe there's some technique that would allow me to get around that. Anyway, we need to hit some beacons. This entry point is obviously interesting. Let's see if we can just float on up. And let's see if this allows me to navigate, because we can just basically dive and go up. And it's in low gravity too, so as long as we understand our camera position, we can navigate however we like. Which is really interesting. I guess it's specific to this kind of maze here. There's a point down below. I kind of doubt that's one of the beacons to hit. I feel like that's just part of the sky. But it's hard to tell because I don't know exactly what kind of structure we're looking for. Whether this, for instance, would qualify. Yeah, because now it seems like we're too low and we've fallen out. But maybe we need to get through these central columns or something. Yeah, because now it seems like I'm not caught in the updraft anymore, which is a problem. Because maybe we've fallen too low. Yeah, so maybe we blew this by going too low. But if I build something like a balloon or something with our, what, 5 remaining pieces of zonite that could get me upstairs in low gravity, maybe we can get it done. But I'm no longer caught by the updraft, that's the problem. So I think we might have to expend something to get a balloon, and then we jump out of the balloon and go from there. Or have something else like a wing that will get me up. Or use hoverstones. Hoverstones might work too. In fact, I like the hoverstone idea. Let's see if we can do it. Because hoverstones are plentiful, which is the good thing about them. Or we could even use the spring. I like the spring idea too, in fact. Because then we can just jump back up into the updraft if we're able. And then continue flying without falling down. Now these locations here, through these columns, that looks interesting. Potentially. And that looks difficult to enter as well. So... also there's potentially something over there. But again, low gravity, kind of need to gain a bit of height again. I actually kind of like the idea of using the spring. Let's try it. I guess hoverstone might be a bit slow for this. Well, the nice thing about hoverstone is that you can lift it potentially and then jump out of that. So depending on how low I am currently, we can also potentially find a point to ascend. Or we can use hoverstone plus ascend. Well, let's see. Let's use a spring first. We haven't actually taken these out manually before, but I feel like that has tons of potential. Okay. Now, yeah, we ride the updraft. Great. So. And then if we ride the updraft, you can land almost safely. Not quite. But maybe we can get into some of these columns. Then... yeah, it sends you up. I don't know if it gets you much else. So we find one of the solutions, maybe it will give me a better idea of what we should be keeping our eyes peeled for. Basically, you can get a bit of an updraft to soften your trajectory, and fall out of that afterwards. Now, what if we ride all the way up top? I feel like it's going to be the final destination here. So we know we can't go too low. If we can't go too low, what are we even heading for? Might be in one of those central shafts. But it's hard to say. Up we go. This is quite a lot of fun to pull off. I think maybe we go into that central area in the back over there, over that ledge. That has some potential. Let's try to ride one of the updraft. Should give us enough elevation to at least get to the wall, except a little bit stuck here. We just kind of need to pull out. Hopefully get into a higher position. Seems to be a limit to this. The problem is that we can't really cling on to the walls either. Maybe we need a slightly higher launching point. So I feel like getting back here is going to be one of the keys to doing this. We might need to land a little higher first and then jump into a slightly elevated starting position. Yeah, so I'm actually not allowed to climb at all. If you look at this, it's not giving me the attachment. Oops. We fly. And just kind of get accustomed to mechanics here. How we're supposed to do this. Perhaps gain enough height. Yeah, it seems like the whole idea behind this challenge is to figure out how to control this to gain enough height. I think we need to go up somehow and then come down from below. Maybe even use ascension somewhere where it becomes available. Or get back to the entrance and do a big climb. But... No, don't do that. I didn't mean to throw it. Well, so much for the stick. I was trying to get the dive, I didn't mean to do the toss. Oh, no, it's still here. There we go. Caught it. I guess the way you're supposed to do it is to have the glider available and then use that to elevate yourself with the updraft. We're not doing it that way. Yes, roosters can't really fly. Well, says you. We need to get to the other side of this grating. One of the pieces. So, for example, and head on up this way. If we can get to a location where I can ascend back up to the top and drop back in, that would be ideal. But I'm going to look around and see if there's an option. It seems like the dive by itself doesn't quite give me enough elevation to get to my target point. I think there's a limit to how high the updraft can go. If we go back to start, though, we know that from the starting point, I can climb all the way up top. This area to the right here looks like it has potential. No, it doesn't. Well, I knew how to get back into a climb. I'm just not allowed to, I think. Yeah, it just doesn't let me climb. It's a little odd. But I guess that would trivialize things a little too much, so... And then we go back to the entrance, we climb, we drop down from above, and then we have a target point for where to hit already, so... Yeah, we'll go all the way to the back and try to go up the ledge. Because now we know where that is. It might be possible to do it safely. Interesting challenge. I wonder if the other Sky Labyrinths are anything like this, or if they operate according to completely different rules. But well, we shall see. Because this does look like a substantial challenge. Just a really interesting elaboration of the labyrinths in the original game, too. I mean, there are even the depths labyrinths, which we haven't figured out a way to get into yet, because it seems like you would need to open up a passage down to the depths from the overworld level, which we haven't done. But we'll see what's feasible, and we'll try it accordingly. Anyway, a bit of a long climb is before we'll take a rest stop at a ledge when we are able to. Gives Link some climbing chalk, yeah. Who needs climbing chalk when you got a rooster suit? A rooster, I guess. But yeah, now that we know how to fly safely, I'm much less concerned about potentially falling down below, and indeed we know how to get out of that with the spring recovery, as we just saw, so... We'll just do that. We'll see where that takes us. Even in my first few days with the game, I think it was by day 3 or 4 or so that we were already trying to ascend one of these Sky Labyrinths, and fell very far short because I was a long way from understanding the vehicle system at the time, and we also had very few parts to work with. Yeah, Cat, I've heard of the documentary Free Solo. We haven't watched it, though. But I'm aware of it. But anyway. Kind of wonder what professional climbers make of Link's technique in these recent Zelda games. But we'll climb. We'll take the top path out around back, and we'll try to get into a ledge that is near the back of the labyrinth, which we fell just short of reaching. So yeah, it looks like in the updraft area you can't latch onto the walls, but I wonder if that affects your ability to climb down if you start from a top position. We'll try that once we've traversed our way over, while keeping an eye out down below to see if there's anything that looks suspicious, because after all we need to hit 4 points, and we have no idea what any of them could look like at this moment. Whether I do need to drop below the updraft or not, for instance. Or whether I need to come up that particular shaft from below. I'm sure that the reward will eventually be on this landing. At the top, there's nothing else above me, so... yeah, a couple of open spaces down below. But we'll see what this mounts to. We'll get back to it. It's kind of under this ledge here. We slip into it. If we're able to climb down here, that'd be ideal. It gives me a climb down animation. It does not. Climb down prompt is always a little bit touchy. Also, yeah, there is a jump point over here that will probably just get you back down to the labyrinth below. Okay. I feel like we're about to smack into that. And I was correct. There was a chest, though. So yeah, you do need the updraft or some other kind of protection for a drop like that. But then I wonder if we can maybe ride something like a vehicle down. Like ride a wing down, and if a wing gets caught in the updraft, it's not a big deal. It might actually be a decent idea. Let's start here again. Try to ride our way over. At some point I should consider expending a wing. Yeah, in order to get up top above that ledge over here, I do need to go around. We have a treasure chest located there, which seems unrelated to this 4-point quest. But we'll see if we can find some way to squeeze our way over to it. And yeah, this jumping platform looks like it is also potentially a safe route all the way down below. So we won't be taking that for that purpose, obviously. So yeah, because it looks like there's just enough of a height restriction that you are deliberately precluded from just sailing up to the treasure chest. We would need to drop down towards it, and I think we would do it using a vehicle part. That might actually be very promising. So let's climb again. It's a long ways up, but we can do it. Also, because of the low gravity, it does make sense to jump into the climb, whereas normally the stamina cost is a bit steep. So we will take that option where possible. Especially with my luminous talus stick that we don't want to accidentally chuck somewhere. Yeah, so you're not really given the option to climb once you're in the interior. At least when you're in the updraft zone. Link doing dinos? Is that what they're called? Something dynamic. Anyway, we'll just keep on going. A lot faster this way, in fact. We just take the ledge from time to time, just to be absolutely safe. Free stamina wheels are quite a convenience here. See if we can make a repeat attempt at what we were doing earlier, but with a slightly better method. Riding a wing down might be promising. You just face one inwards and put a sail down. Maybe just take it from here. The issue, of course, is whether the updraft kicks it up, but we know there's a limit on the updraft in terms of how far it goes, so perhaps not really an issue. Main thing is that you're not allowed to climb. We just take a wing down here and ride it down without crashing, I hope. Or another object that we can ride down. Hoverstone's too heavy, I think, but we just need to get under this ledge. We're able to hit the treasure without too many issues. And if I can find a climb down input, obviously that would be best. That would be even better. But I think it will just not give that to me. These are kind of invisibly not climbable surfaces. Yeah, treasure chest is like directly below where I'm now. If we just drop the vehicle part beside me, I think we can do it. Let's find something relatively abundant. That it won't also outpace me by too much. I think a wing might do, as long as it doesn't sail off and crash everywhere, which it might. We'll continue to search our options here. Here we go. Something like a balloon basket would have been best, but we just don't have the relevant parts available. Wing cart? Cart might not be too bad. I feel like wing might be good as long as it doesn't crash and go vertical or something. So the idea would be you just send it over here. Oh, just make it droppable like this. We'll see how it actually travels. Then, the idea is that if I'm pulling it back, I pull it this way, and I recall it, maybe we can just do a straight drop. Oh, no. That was almost right. It's not even a bad idea. That's not even a bad idea. It does slide like that, obviously, but if we're able to stabilize it, like using a stabilizer, then we might be able to get a straight drop. Or if we use another object that allows me to ride down. Which we were previously trying with hoverstones, but there was a natural limitation with those, where they seem to outpace me on a fall. I'll try a similar method again. Yeah, I probably could have predicted that would be the wing interaction. But that's okay, we get it back. We might even send a wing over from further above. Oop. Just need to gain some initial elevation from the top position and just ride it over. Which, given the distance to cover, I think might actually be possible. Again, that seems completely unrelated to the 4 points quests that we've been told about, and so it does make me wonder if these two are just disconnected, the treasure chest and the prescribed method to unlock something. It could always be the case that this treasure chest isn't particularly important, but we'll see. It's kind of in a place of pride and ceremony, so far as we can tell. So we'll just try to find a nice way to run over to it. Yeah, we might actually be able to get a decent wing glide, even from a position like this one. Because we have room to do a fair bit of dropping. Yeah, because if we park it here, send it forward. Whoa, no, no, no. Come on. Alright, I don't know if we're out of range for it. And if it's despawned, but again, low gravity, let's try not to jump over objects that we're placing in a world. That's a mistake we made repeatedly in low gravity environments, which until a few days ago I didn't even know existed. But I suppose at this point we're just so high up in the sky. It's a little bit of stick drift talking. I assume we despawned a wing already, but, you know, given that we were within a certain range horizontally, who knows? We don't exactly know what the distances are, and whether verticality is much affected. Yeah, worst case, we just wasted a wing, but, you know, those were formerly quite precious, but we found a couple of points for obtaining more at this point, and so could be worse. And yeah, it is here. In fact, maybe the recall on it is still available. It is. We suspend it. Give it a bit of lift. And then pitch it down, way down. Way down. We're actually still going to have a little too much fall damage here, I think. Not too much. Okay, good. Low gravity. It's going to brace it. So what is this? Big battery. Okay, so that's not the major treasure, as we probably could have assumed. But then, in this area, since we're able to traverse now, is there something else I can do? Well, there's this area back here, which seems to have no potential whatsoever. Yeah, I think we're just supposed to fly around this area until we find an entry point somewhere on the side that is actually going to deliver me to valuable beacon of some sort. Anyway, I guess we sacrificed a wing for this, but that big battery is nothing to take lightly. We might have been cling on to this thing and ride it all the way back up top, but there's enough movement on it at this point, up and down, that, yeah, the recall buffer won't really do much of anything to it, so I think we'll just give it up and explore. And I hope we don't need to drop at the bottom to hit any of the switches, but we don't even know what the switches look like at this point, so... possibly we're supposed to go up by these planks here, but... you can kind of look around and scout. And change elevation from time to time. Again, no idea what the switches are supposed to look like, so... that looks promising. I wonder if it's those points of light below. Maybe they are. Actually, that does look like a switch, doesn't it? It totally isn't. It's just a light. Okay, never mind. But the treasure chest should have saved. I'm not mistaken. Well, we'll see if it has. Yes, it has. Good. Then we can begin with some semblance of progress. Don't go towards the light? No, apparently not. Bad idea over here. So yeah, we're looking for 4 switches to hit. I have no idea what they look like. I wonder if I have to reactivate the entry point. No, because that activated... that's not what we were looking for to begin with. You know what? What about this little platform in front over here? We don't want to drop too low, basically, but we can go relatively low as long as it's not too low, and maybe that's the idea. I mean, there were the shafts down below that we could potentially go up. Like, if we went through the shaft here, are we able to go up to the center? No, we're not. As we discovered. But the... openings into central shafts do look suspicious. Because we don't know if those are points that are enterable from on top. So we don't want to go too low. But maybe it's still beneficial to go low. As long as we remain within labyrinth walls, I think we might be okay. We just need to check walls individually until we find some kind of opening. At this point, I just have no idea what I'm looking for, though. Because I don't know what the switches look like, whether there are things we have to hit with arrows, which might be possible. I hadn't considered that maybe it's something that we need to fire an arrow at, rather. Something that we need to tap or step on. I guess if that's the case, maybe we should be looking for some kind of point we can hit. We'll see, I just have no idea what it looks like at this point. But in general, it seems like falling past the walls is a bad idea, and we shouldn't do it. Though, look at this area here. A bit suspicious. I don't like it. I don't like it. Okay. Let's try to do a hard landing. Just so we can die and go back. Hard landing, please. Hard landing, please. There we go. Yeah, basically we should never go below. That's my understanding, unless there's some reason to go below and then come back up. Let's see if anything comes of going back to the initial activation point. I don't think so, because basically the activation began when the door opened and the wind started up, so I'm sure this doesn't do anything else for me. No, it doesn't. But I've only had some idea of what to look for here. Something on the walls. I feel like the reward is eventually going to be up at the top level if we manage to make it there. No, we are supposed to just navigate a labyrinth and press some elevation up and down until we see where things are going. Oh, this looks like something to stand on and nothing else. But maybe these gates are useful or interesting. Whoop. We just don't know yet. So it'll get me. I mean, it is a maze. I think we just need to walk it or fly it and see if any particular opening reveals itself. But I need to find 4 switches. We're just nowhere close to even recognizing what one of them might look like. But if we know what to look for, obviously that would be a pretty big gain immediately. In terms of knowledge. Like this central shaft here, looks like it's just beyond where I can reach, which makes it suspicious. We're here on the map, but I kind of feel like we have to get above this ledge or something. Oh, is this it? Nope. Nothing here. Yeah, I just have no idea what to look for. Let's see if there's anything else that reveals itself. Got these central shafts over here. The platforms all look fairly prominent, but they just give you more gates to duck under. Potentially these are the points we're looking for, because they're suspiciously out of reach, these little locations here. So that might be something. I want to do that, though we need to drop in from up top. Basically looking for these areas that are above the central platforms. Platforms might give you some kind of context. I feel like we're going to need to get back upstairs to really try our hand at some of this. Could be anywhere, really. I just don't know what kind of switch we're supposed to keep an eye out for. It's a little bit opaque. Like above this location, maybe above this gate. Again, suspiciously out of reach in the same way that the treasure chest with the big battery was suspiciously out of reach. Why don't we climb back up? Right again. See if we can discover the secret to this. Very curious. Unless there's something on the outside, which is not unthinkable. Well, we'll try it. Oops. Yeah, there we go. Maybe taking a diving point as a diving point would be helpful, but I feel like it's just a way to get back down below safely. Back on the surface level, which has a pretty large water landing zone, of course. But we shall see. Yeah, not being able to climb outside is a bit of a wrinkle, but... obviously the place is just above where all the various gates are located. That looks like a natural place to check. Yeah, also no wonder we weren't able to just jump into walls and cling on to them previously if nothing's just climbable inside. We'll go back there and we'll see. And come all this way just to be stumped by this. We'll see. So the idea is that we'll look for some of those platforms. Also, we can just scope this whole area. Top. Yeah, because I see an area here that looks like it has something like a treasure chest or down below. That might be helpful if we can get down safely. Climb? Not really. Doing this without a glider might be a bit of an obstacle. Yeah, because I wouldn't be able to cling on to anything. But this definitely looks like a treasure chest location. Not a beacon, but the kind of thing that we're looking for. So if I can find some way to land out of this safely. Again, maybe going hoverstones something and dropping, assuming that the stone doesn't just outpace me as it might do. Oh, no, no, no. That was a problem. I did not mean to do that. There is, of course, a treasure chest over here, but we'll die. I did not mean to slip. But that looks promising. Yeah, we just scouted on the right side there and looked down at an appropriate location. Now, interestingly enough, you can climb it if you're here. Now, once you're inside, does it drop you immediately? It might. Okay, now we can climb. We just need to enter a climbable point first. Now, that's interesting, because I wonder... We were just missing something about the inputs earlier that would allow me to do this. But obviously, if you're into the floating state or the diving state, I think it doesn't let you, but we do a bit of a sideways climb. Particularly one that lets me go up an upper location, perhaps. Perhaps it might be fine. Now the issue is if I jump out of this, there are going to be problems. That did seem to be the location I wanted to drop into earlier. Above. We'll try it. I mean, if we know how to get into the climb from the float, then suddenly we're in much better shape, but oh, now you see. Yeah, I actually can't lean into this wall and climb it. These surfaces, however, on the outer wall, that I can do. And maybe that's the trick. I mean, aesthetically it looks so similar that it was not obvious to me that we couldn't just climb into this one, but... we're able to do a low gravity jump point to point up here. Whoops, nope, hang on. And as long as we keep an eye on which walls are valid, perhaps we can make it back towards the treasure chest we scoped out earlier. I don't think it's this one. This one's a little too high. It was a different one that we looked at. But yeah, if we use the external walls as climbing surfaces, even if the other surfaces are invalid, this gives me a lot to work with. And we can try it. Just do a nice big jump down to the platform once we have a chance. I don't know if it will work. This platform right here. Again, yeah, you can't climb these surfaces off to the side. We'll get a bit more height, we'll jump down towards it. Maybe low gravity will give me enough wiggle room to jump all the way over, and maybe it won't. We'll find out. But the inside walls are promising. In fact, on the inside walls, yeah. That's as far as you can go, but... Whoops, no, I'm still clinging onto this. Don't want to do that, I want to face out. Face out this way. Gotta jump. In here? Great. Not quite enough. We jump down to the next location. Or up to these locations here. Maybe that can get me where I need to go. Oh, nope. Oh, and of course. Well, then where was that treasure chest we found earlier? Perhaps we should have marked it. It wasn't in one of the higher platforms, I think. We're able to move towards it. We're fine. Then how come I couldn't get back to the one we saw previously? Where was the one we saw previously? That's the right side. Might be down here. And much further in, too. I remember. Definitely did see that treasure chest. Can be a little disorienting. Here? No. There was something that came out the front. Went towards the right. A big climb, and then it's deeper in, I think. Okay. Could have been the one up there. Let's see. Right here. Hard to tell when I just don't know enough about how to do the Bayesian game of this. It does max out, doesn't it? Can't find where we saw a treasure earlier, but we might need to go back up above again and just a little differently. So can I claim this? Yeah, actually, if you cancel out with B against the exterior wall, then you can climb. I don't know if there are other walls that you can do it with, but so far the exterior wall looks like the only surface, because you just can't climb the sides here at all. And we have tried. And basically ride it out and then hit B. Use it climb. Okay, now at least we know that method. Because then, if we're along the exterior, then we always have an exterior wall to work with that would give me what I need. Let's go all the way back up top. And try to scout that treasure chest location again. Since I definitely did see it. We need to cover some of this fall damage, obviously, but we'll get there. Also, cutting a bit close with stamina here, that might have been a bad idea. It's okay. We can be a bit more cautious about reloading. HD, welcome. probably tell what we've been up to here. Did find one treasure chest already, but nothing of this. I hit the 4 points requirement that we've been warned about. Anyway, let's go back to see where that treasure chest was. We definitely saw it. It's here. The thing is, am I able to climb towards it? Yes, I am, because this exterior wall is a valid climbing surface, so we can just take it and go around. And that actually is just fine. In fact, we follow exterior walls, didn't we? Have a pretty good starting point for things we can do within this space. Okay. Getting slightly more proficient at handling this. We will eventually want to get some of that fall damage, but the chest is useful. Or zonite shields we don't need, okay. And we still don't know what the required point looks like. Still don't see it. Whether it's an arrow switch or something else. Wouldn't know how to recognize the required location. But perhaps we can just play this way that we play the equivalent structures in the open world and try to find something that works, like some kind of passage that's hidden. Some kind of secret that remains elusive. Still haven't found it. How do we follow exterior surfaces? See if any exit points present themselves. Well, we might be onto something. Until then, though, I see nothing even resembling whatever it is we're aiming for here. Just don't see it. Let's see. We considered a couple of things, dropping down far enough that we see some additional entrances. Dropping down too far, so we just die to fall damage immediately, or have to make our way back up. If I've been on this maze for most of the stream, I'd say a good chunk of it. We spent the first part of the stream just flying over here to begin with, and doing one shrine, but they have been here for some time, I would say. So here's the, one of the central shafts. I know this is potential. More platforms down below. Yeah, this is noteworthy because it is a climbable surface, which means we should probably check it. We'll see. Yeah, I don't know if this is something that you've already done on your own file, but we're still in the early stages of figuring out. Just to get a sense of what the target is. Other than these treasure chests we found along the way. Yeah, it looks like this will not really be anything, but we'll Check it anyway. You were just playing some of this, I see. Well, you say some of this like it wasn't all of this. But yeah, we found 2 treasure chests. We just haven't found the relevant beacons or understood what they are, but we'll get there. Oh, you meant the game, not the maze, I see. Yeah, because of course you would be. So much to do here, I don't imagine you're anywhere near finished with things that you want to try. Alright, let's get back up top. Let's see if walking around some more gives me any special insight. Yeah, just kind of scanning and below here. Let's go quite far down. More platforms below. Whoop, that's not what I was going for, but okay. This here looks kind of interesting at first glance, but maybe it's not. Well, let's see. Yeah, 4 points though. I see nothing that even resembles something that we can hit. Unless you have to go down below. If we maintain elevation and avoid going down below. Whoop, nope. Maybe we do need to hit everything the way up, but getting perilously close to falling though. And we're reluctant to leave the structure. That's a very good reason. Just don't see it. Like, no idea what it would even look like. As I would assume, given some of the previous mazes, that, you know, it'd be something like a tunnel or something that takes you to a spot that isn't readily scouted from up top. Like a wall that's tucked into the side or something, and able to do its job covertly. But I got nothing here. I mean, maybe it means something down below. But I do find that a little bit unlikely, given how you lose the glide as soon as you do that. Now you can't really even see anything. You can see the labyrinth down below, but it's just not what we need. I think we just need to continue scanning, but I mean, the most promising thing perhaps is the beacons down below. And then there's a bit of a challenge to, you know, go low, hit a switch, and come back up, but It does seem uncharacteristic. I would have assumed that it was instead something tucked in here at sky level. Or something that can interact with the wall climb. I mean, we know from previous experience already that going just above where the updraft can reach is potentially significant. Yeah, those points down there are actually quite far away. I doubt they're what we need to do. Or maybe they are. Maybe the challenge is to hit, whoops, this stuff. You know what, let's actually try something like that. See if... Oh. No, this just takes you down below and you die. This is just where we originally came from. It can't be it. We're given no indication that the solution is anything outside the Sky Labyrinth. It has to be internal to it. Anyway, we had the second treasure chest. I guess that's the respawn point over here. And yeah, this is still shut because we didn't loot the shield. This is the northeast one, yes. And I just don't really understand what it's asking me to do. Because we can fly around, we're supposed to hit 4 points, but I have no idea what the points look like, and we haven't seen anything resembling that. The only thing I can think of are the 4 columns if you're able to get through the center. And I have my doubts about that. For a couple of reasons. Like, maybe we're supposed to go down some of these platforms. I mean, we did land safely in one of them earlier. Down below. I just see no reason to go down below like that. When you clearly drop out unsafely. Like, maybe if it's going to get you up through this central shaft. And could we have dropped out of those to begin with? I think. Yeah, because we did see that, you know, there are openings in the bottom of these columns. And that could be it, but I don't remember how they look from up top, whether you can kind of just drop in below them. Oh, I guess the reason I don't remember how they would look from up top is because they weren't really reachable. But if I'm able to get up there with something like a hover platform and a spring, if I take this nearest point of approach, for instance, and then bit of a send through here, through the middle. That's the only thing I can think of that we haven't already tried that might actually do the trick. But it seems like it would just get to that upper point above it. This is too suspicious not to check. But there are multiple points here. Multiple shafts. And the enclosure might not actually be that interesting. Let's take a hover platform and see, in fact. That's the best way to do it, because we've been flying around for so long that we need to progress somehow. We need to try something new at this stage. Let's grab this thing. Oh, okay, that's a waste. Oh no, it's not a waste. We still have this. Okay. we're able to look up. Could that be something? Maybe. It looks like it could be a switch up there. Or a grating or something. Oh, maybe these lights. They are lights. This thing looks unusual. There's another one over there. Oh, that would be related, or is this just part of the decoration? Just part of the outcropping. I don't see anything else like that, though. I do find it a little strange that we can safely get down to this platform. We know how to get back up from here, but as we previously did with a spring, you would have these central shafts that don't seem to connect to those notches up there from what we saw. No. This ledge over here is reachable somehow. But why? I don't know if those are actually nodes or just decorations. Seems unusual though. Like intuitively, I would think that it has to be somewhere in the maze, on the maze level itself. But we should try to sneak into one of these parts underneath. Just to see what happens. Now we'll try to make this work somehow. Yeah. That way, dock it up there. I mean, it's a hover platform, I might just hover it, but so I'd like to do this a little more efficiently. Because let's say, whoop, no, hang on. That was a mistake. I did not mean to fall. Because I'm thinking of maybe checking the bottom of those slots, but I think we want to see what the area look like from the top, if we can. We'll have to go out the top to try to climb some more. To determine that, we know we can take this wall, so we'll take it. Again, just have no idea what our target should look like. Maybe it's somewhere in the exterior? No, I mean it's a maze. You're supposed to hit the maze somehow. sure it will be fairly satisfying once I do figure it out. But yeah, basically, these columns all have this open shaft design to them. And it's enclosed once you get to the bottom one, maybe. So we've seen that down there previously. That is just the entrance. We've seen a diving location at the end. We haven't really wrapped around that side. We just haven't played there, so let's check that location. We haven't really seen much of that half of this level, potentially. All this is fairly new. Just need to find something that makes sense of a lot of this. Yeah, I can see why it appears as an open square shaft from down below. It's not actually the case. Now that I look at it. There's a little bridge over here, maybe. Well, we haven't seen anything yet. Nope. Well, we just don't see it. I mean, it's a fairly big location. Trying to look for anything here that looks a bit unorthodox or special. We just haven't found a good candidate yet for anything that looks interactable. That would be out of the ordinary. Just a couple of those treasure chests scattered about. It's not nearly what we're going for. Yeah, I wonder. It could be some target that we have to shoot, or... Central platform is over here. And of course we're going to get ourselves a bit lost if we're not careful. Top, but no, I know roughly where my guideposts are. When it comes to at least the entrance and the upper platform coming out of that. I see nothing we can hit though. I don't know if something was supposed to activate, or clearly riding the gust down below is part of it, but we sail around the whole maze so much without getting into trouble. Previously, the mazes down below, we did scout from above to get a lay of the land, but here we just don't see where anything is rooted or any kind of special illumination like the torches and the other labyrinths down below. Might just be that we don't understand how to approach this yet, so... But we know how to get back up here at least, if need be, because the adjoining island was actually a really good takeoff point. And we should have in fact marked that so we could reliably get up to it. Because it basically gives you a free vehicle to go up here, right? So I'm just looking at this carefully, trying to find any kind of spot we can latch onto. And that platform down there might have something. These central locations that are harder to reach. Maybe they have something? I don't know. Like if we hit... Let's see, because there's 6 columns in the middle. There's the other platform that's kind of in the middle. Just trying to look for plausible candidates for what we're looking for. Nope. I mean, we know how to land on a central platform. That's not an issue. These ones that are all over the side, I don't know. Maybe we're supposed to dive off this platform and then do some kind of series of arrow shots or something. 4 beacons. What could they possibly be? I mean, it's a labyrinth for a reason. We're probably supposed to engage with it. Is that the door back up front? This looks interesting. No, that's just the opening. Yeah, that's just a way to go back. So, nope, nothing gained. We've been here. We've learned nothing. Perhaps it is necessary to drop down below and come up. But every time we've tried that, that is not actually borne fruit. Yeah, there might be some important contextual bit of information that we're not seeing here. Main labyrinth down below. A couple of other platforms on the side. This thing, the slot over here. Oh, this passage over here, I feel like we checked it. Well, we're scanning the whole place, we just see what it could be. I kinda like this top view, though. If we take it, maybe we can get an adequate lay of the land and understand where everything is, at least. Keeping eyes peeled for something I could potentially hit with the bow, but we see nothing. A whole lot of nothing. I don't see it. Could be a sticking point for a while unless we have some additional information that we can use. Point it. There's gotta be an easier way to do this rather than just checking everything exhaustively and finding nothing. I just don't see it. Nope, no, didn't mean to do that. Well, can I grab that? Oh, it's still up there. I won't want to heal out of some of this fall damage, though. We don't need to club back that badly. It might help. Yeah, that's the thing, is you try to get into the dive animation too early. You might get into the weapon throw instead. That's what happens when so many controls are loaded up into the same buttons. Just by necessity. Okay, I got it back. What we still don't have is any sense of where the doors are. Or... yeah, I wonder what we're missing. And... the prophecy. Okay, here's the thing. It does give me locations. So, given that it gives me locations, we can actually see if we can stand on the right point. Okay, that actually does potentially help. Activate the 4 terminals. In that case, let's take a right and go to the top corner. Maybe eat up first so we can take some marginal damage. We should have just checked that to begin with. But that's okay. Because it was telling me there's something there. Nothing to hit. Much further along, though. Whoa. Please. Hang on there. Where'd that go? There we go. Yeah, we should set this. And it's getting a bit more specific here. Whoops. Try to climb out of this. Assuming, too, that it's not something down below. Really shouldn't be. But highly doubt it. It gives me roughly the corners to check. We're nowhere near. It's just a big labyrinth, though. We've been here a while, too. Though if we go up top, we can roughly scout out which locations correspond to the map pings. We just have to do it. Yeah, we can hit those 4 points. It's much further along. Does it actually update? Yeah, we overshot slightly. Should in fact be somewhere in this area. Right behind me, apparently. We don't see it. Aha, no. Okay, we actually did find a point. So we finally know what to look for. We need to look for the circular switches like that. It's okay. We know how to get there. That's actually close to a climbable wall, so... Okay, we could have saved ourselves a lot of time if we just checked the map in the first place, but I never think about checking map markers. It's just not really how we play, and so... That's... It also means that we're quite close to another location here. Maybe just all the way over there. Oh, it seems like I missed it. Yeah, if we look at this, we're right by where it should be, and I guess would be directly above. Yeah, so it was one of those locations that's just out of updraft range. I might be able to jump into it. Oh, to jump is to do it safely, though. There's a better way to sail up from down below. Well, at least we finally found what this looks like. They look like these circular ultra hand switches. Significantly resolves one problem. So that'll be below me at this point. Somewhere. Been hard to spot. Let's see. But at least now we know what to look for. And where to look for it. A little further. Oop, nope. Again. We just hear something activate. Proximity. What was it? I think we just passed it. Yeah, it's right here, actually. Okay, we found one location then. Yep, we'll bounce up. We're gonna send up to it. Yes. Yes, okay, now that's how you do it. Is you just take a big dive and then get the updraft to kind of use some elasticity to send you back up. So now we understand it. And we should be able to get this in no time. Now we understand it. That if it looks like a reach, you just dive hard. Then come back out. Okay, that's very, very promising then. Because we can just do similarly with rest. Well, that took ages, but we did figure it out, and that's satisfying. I suspected a while ago that it was some location that was just directly out of updraft range, but we didn't really properly try out how to reach that, and now that we have, I feel like I suddenly understand everything that's going on here. Which is why it's important to take the time rather to really work this out yourself. Understand, hopefully, what the answer is going to be. Oh, whoops. Oh, whoops. No, I did not mean to hit that edge. That's okay, we actually found the next beacon right over there in that corner. I did not mean to hit the edge. We do need to ride the updraft safely to avoid falling death and just spring back up. Alright, let's try it again. Again. Yeah. These are neatly tucked in. Just outside of your reachable height if you are bobbing up down below. That's our difficulty actually locating it, but now that we have that plus the map markers, we're actually fine. The map markers actually give so much away. I'm surprised we aren't getting that big of a hint, but it would be a difficult thing to do without that hint, so. 3 remain. Okay, now we understand it. Right below us. We ride the updraft. Back up once it gives me the opportunity to go up. Very nice, very nice. Perfect. Okay, now this is going to fall quickly then. Now that we've played around here for about an hour. Now, do we have an ascend point up here? Maybe not. No, we'll just get back out. And do the other two. Easy. And having taken the time to understand it, perhaps the other two labyrinths, once we reach them, will work similarly. We added aid 2, and then this time we know exactly what to do. And what to expect. Okay. In that case, let's just head over to the other side. Far corner. And then get the drop over there. This is probably the first time in the game that we've actually been a little dependent on the information we can get from the quest marker. I guess that tells me it's all the way along the opposite corner. And we'll try to be just as springy about riding the bounces. It's right here in this location, so we'll ride the updraft back up once it gives me some lift. Okay, really easy in fact. Really, really easy. things we figured out here. Then we go to one of the more central locations and then get a remaining point. Well, this was very satisfying. To say that we haven't finished it yet, but yeah, all of a sudden the whole thing just fell at once. We went from being completely lost to being in great shape. Okay, here we go. Gotta hit that point, which is going to be quite a bit deeper. Somewhere around here. We just need to use the map location, and then it's going to be somewhere over this way. Nope, don't miss. Close. Scan down below. Nope. Really slipped. Oh, there's the point though. Here we go, all done. I don't know how we managed to miss every point for so long, but it is pretty well disguised if you don't know what you're doing. Anyway, we know how to get back up there, so do it. And we'll see what that does for me. I mean, we know there's a treasure attached to it. At least so we were told. The ground level island. I don't know, this eventually connects to the process required to get to the equivalent labyrinth area in the depths, but we'll find out in just a moment. And when we can, we'll do the other one that we've been able to uncover. Yeah, look at this. I mean, there's this jumping off point and everything. I feel like it's actually somewhat likely that this is going to lead you to dive all the way down to another point. Possibly even opening the gate for the depths. All the way down. It's connecting all three tiers. I pulled apart the bars in a labyrinth of the land that obstructed your path below ground, so I wonder if we can land safely. From high above to far below, prove your courage by diving into the depths of the earth. We will do that. But we better be able to survive not having a glider. Having some kind of pool to land in, I hope. We're doing it. Anyway, this is the first interaction that we've had in the game that connects all three tiers of the world. All three tiers of the kingdom, shall we say. Let's not miss. How the music kind of builds up to this too. And also that there's no lag in the loading in like there is sometimes. Okay, give me a water landing. Give me a water landing. Give me a water landing. Can we put on some clothes? Doesn't give me much. Guess not. Huh. I wonder if this is doable then. With a ferry, yes it would be. Because there's another area there that we can't traverse yet. I think we need a ferry to do it. But because it is a hard landing. Well, let's see. Let's look for alternatives. Obviously, this is designed around the expectation that you'll have a glider at this point, given everything you had to do to get up here. But we also missed that little gate here at the bottom, and I wonder if that's something that we're supposed to open up. But if it's not doable this way, then we try to get a ferry off a fountain or something when we come back. Can we grab the star fragment and load it down? That would be lovely. We can, oh wow, we can. We should take a water landing. Yes, actually. Yes, I know what to do. We can take a water landing. We're going to go to the fairy fountain that is in the chasm. Close to this. We gotta fight some horriblins, but we'll grab some. And then we'll come back and drop down to central shaft from ground level. So it's this cavern over here, which is actually accessible from below the beach cave. And we can grab some ferries, so we should be able to take fall damage down to the gloom, assuming that we can just jump into it from the overworld level instead of taking it all the way from the top. And then we might be able to do this. We need to go in there and do the Horriblin fight first, I think. But do you know that this cavern is available? Yeah, the beach cave accessible from down here. Chasm down here. We can totally do it. Because the important thing is that the gate's open, right? Like, nothing's telling you that you must jump down all the way from the sky level, necessarily. You could even cross over if we prefer, but... Oh, I think it'll be fine too. Through here. Just send through here. No, not quite. Not enough to stand on. That's okay. It'll be easier just to get on the platform to begin with. Okay, we'll do it. I suppose completing this quest will be the centerpiece of the stream. Since we're not down there yet. Also, it's kind of nice that we grabbed a star fragment on the way down too. That was a nice touch. I wonder if we can just yeah, wear something like the goblin gear as well. Let's go sand boots in case the sand boots down below. I don't remember if it is. It is the beach cave, so I previously had no issues fighting down there, but we are pretty short on bows at the moment, so let's not take too many chances. We do know that in order to go down here, we need to fall in at some point. To the lower level. Oh yeah, because it's where you can enter the lower level from the shrine, so we can get back there. It might be easier to do it from... no, this opened up, so we'll do it this way. Yeah, this gate opened up for a reason. Let's climb up the easy way. Even ascend through here, in fact. Somewhere to stand on. And let's just walk it. Climb up there. We'll drop into the lower level eventually, but the idea is to pick up some fairies from the cave first. And come back for it. I think we can do it if the shaft remains open, even if you're not jumping from all the way up top. Yeah, so now at this point, you see we have the gloom shaft over here. Previously there was a grate there that prevented you from falling in directly. But then, how do we get down this time then? Maybe we do need to take the beach cave route. Let's take a look here. Or dive out of it. Yeah, because previously we just hit the gate there, and then took another path down below. Goes a little further in. I think we just dropped in this way. Good. I mean, good to the extent that we need to heal up right away and also fight the hands. The hands. They are a terror. But fire arrows will do the job. Also, we're extremely low on arrows. Something to keep in mind if we do make it down to the depths, that we need to get out pretty quickly, probably. Okay, let's get ready with bows. And fire, pretty weak bows. It's okay, let's go fire though. Maybe bombs. Yeah, because then you get fire going. In fact, if we can get Sidon's power, maybe we can whip all these guys. As long as we don't get stuck and caught. Come on, get out, get out. Get out. Nope, you're not. Get out. There's a lot of gloom. Let's get a ledge so I can jump into the arrow shot. Nope. I also do have some kind of expiry if I run for long enough, I think, but I can just get the ledge. Nope. Come on. I guess my companions here can help tank some damage while we also continue to snipe them. And just run around in a circle until we have an opportunity to actually land a hit. Wow. These guys Okay, we've got gloom food. It's okay. We've got gloom food. We're fine. We're not just going to die here. There has to be a more efficient way to do this. We've beaten these guys before without taking so much punishment. Let's see if we get a 6 and yeah. A bit better. Come on. I think you just wiggle the stick to get out of that thing. Absolutely need to get out of here. Let's... No. Like, how do we do it? I wiggle out, but then I need to actually hit them at some point. It's been a bit of a problem. Yeah. Weapons. We break it. Yes, we did. Talus Hammer is wet now. We can potentially use that. We seriously need some fire. Here we go. Maybe you take out one of the hands, they start dissipating. There is something that makes them disperse, we just don't know exactly what the trigger is because we don't have enough experience with this. Oh, come on. Okay, one down, at least. Can we start killing anything here? Okay, companions, well, let's do a bit of work here. Gloom resistance is kind of nice too. We can get it. These guys didn't used to take this much punishment. Maybe just scale with you over time. I want to use the Lionel bone on this, yes. But you might have to. Like, I can get my companions here to get this work done for me. Come on. I'm gonna die. There's no way we're having this much trouble. Maybe they do scale with you or something, because we didn't have this much trouble last time we fought them much earlier in the game. The Stone Talus is already down. Let's go with Flux Pounder. I'd be surprised if they do scale or something. We need a much better way to fight this. Maybe we just shoot them with a Sunderline or something. It's already eating through my whole supply of gloom food. They're so fast too. Maybe we need to expose them to light or something. You know what? Let's put on a glow. Just a moment. Maybe bright bloom. There's got to be an easy solution to this that we just haven't seen. No. Fire seeded them. Okay, that actually did kind of work. We spent so many resources on that to discover that the hard way, though. I think maybe light is actually the way to do it, but then that doesn't explain. Maybe it does explain how we managed to fight previously. Anyway, we at least get some gloom recovery. And then we're going to try to get down to the fairy chasm, which was the purpose of coming here in the first place, was find out how to go down there. We've been there before. I think this is it. Yeah, beach cave. I'm gonna take a plummet down here, and luckily we're clinging onto the wall because otherwise that would have been a smack. Then we'll fight the Harblins. Red Bloom Seas are going to be good loot in the long term, as we know. We've beaten this guy before. We can try it again, actually, just to try to farm some weapons. Back if we go. Here's you. Yeah, I don't want to use the bows too much, actually. Otherwise, I just pound them with a couple shots. Okay. Let's try to get some lightning down on him. Whoa. Accidentally smoking myself here. Let's maybe not do that. What weapon here? We're breaking a ton of weapons all of a sudden after stacking so many of these. Let's go. We got a couple of different spears. 42 spear. Okay, good. We loot off of them. Well, weapons? Excellent. Actually having enough slots for that, for change. Okay. Been a long time since we've actually had mid-range weapons like that, but... we can get a rock on one of these. Finding purposes, I think we could have done so around the area where we dropped in. That would have been useful. But yeah, this is a throwback to our first week or so with the game. Did mark the fairy fountain in this area for a reason. We'll obviously go claymore with the rock. We can find something good with a broadsword, that's fine, but you know, I don't mind just coasting along with some of these strong weapons for a bit. We were just absolutely loaded with them after the previous dungeon. It helped to loot some bomb flowers here too. The ultimate objective is just to give myself some fairies to break fall damage, and then use that to try to survive the trip down the depths. To the lower labyrinth, and we'll see what awaits me there, whether it's to treasure directly or something else. Oh, something noticed me. Yeah, we know that it's all the way over here. Let's go, and we'll reverse back through this to get back up the labyrinth. Okay, it's one of the lakes. And yeah, we just need to give it a shot of any damage, I think, to get it to release. In fact, if we just go... Oh... Not that. Did I solve the maze? Yes, I did. But I need to break some fall damage because the end of that interaction does seemingly require a glider. And we need to find a way around that. I do have a solution, I just need to set it up, which is why I'm down here. There was a specific idea that I'm going for. Which we'll try to execute. Yeah, there is something that I'm trying to get down here and do, which is going to help me complete the interaction that we had begun. Let's go royal bow for this, and here's you, get over here. And then we'll just kill him immediately. Locking on target for once, which I hardly ever do. Whoops. Let's not get one shot by these guys. Okay. Silver is always kind of nice. Now, what are we holding here? Long stick. What is this? Rock sledge. Let me take a look at what this is on. Sturdy long stick. Nope. Keep gnarled. Probably put a rock on it for the time being until we get something better. Just have some additional mining available. We'll just send through here just to loot it. And then we'll come for the thing that I wanted to do down here to begin with. I think it's another cavern or two over, but oh, it drowns. Okay, that's fine. Didn't need to spend your ability on this guy. Okay, this is what we came for. Let's not lose them all to or a sudden movement, like falling into the water. Let's grab a few. And hopefully we can make it back up to shaft 2 where we came in from the bottom of the labyrinth. Which was already such a revelation to discover back in Breath of the Wild. So, discovering this cavern below it in this game was a special surprise. We know from experience we want to loot as many lights as possible. Also, I'm down to 38 arrows. That's perilous. That's way too low for comfort. We are going to run out and we have issues. Anyway, we're going all the way back. That's my weapon supply. Good. Let's go all the way back. Yeah, this was productive actually. Got store some of our weaponry here. It's too bad that we just blew through so much gloom food on hands just now. This is a natural ascension location, which tells me that I can get right back up to where I came from. And then, with a couple of ferries in tow, we're going to drop down a shaft into the depths. Hopefully live to tell the tale. So, kind of take a bit of a swan dive here and deliberately take damage down below. We are in glow suit already. Can actually switch to gloom resistance on the one piece, which we should have put on to begin with. Let's not smack the wall either. Good. Excellent. Exactly what we wanted. Let's get some lights on.
Yeah.
Now we have an additional labyrinth. It looks like a flux construct that we'll need to fight in the dark. Well, we'll keep that in mind. Maybe we do want 3 levels of gloom. Keep in mind, I have very few arrows. Shouldn't use them willy-nilly. Yeah, actually, until we encounter gloom, let's get all 3 levels of glow. Let's switch a good weapon. So, let me just get a sense of where we are. Start. The idea is that we have to eventually... Yeah, this is surrounded on 3 sides, so let's just kind of get oriented. We're facing north, currently. So, we'll just try to keep cardinal directions in mind. And consult the map if necessary. We also seem to be in the north side of what has been designated as the Labyrinth Zone. That'll be important. Steps down either way. A shaft down this way. Let's see how low this goes. Not that low, actually. We just drop down. And we get a treasure chest for trouble, which is very nice. We should keep that. Probably just gonna drop broadsword for it. Well, broadsword durability is quite nice. I think maybe we drop rock sledge. Or even a rock hammer, since we've already... durability is good on this thing, though. It might be good for some more mining. Maybe we drop the rock sledge. And keep the broadsword because of the durability for later. Yeah, we don't need to be too frugal about weapons anymore. Nice to be able to climb walls again after ordeal in the sky. Anyway, that looks like the flux construct. We just need to kill it. Again, I don't want to overspend arrows, because we still need to get out of the depths afterwards, don't we? But let's light up this space so we can actually do the fight. It looks like an activation point there once we killed this. However, doing arrow shots in this, like, gives you a significant shortcut through the fight, so let's call them. What are weapons for if you're not going to use them? Flux 3. This is a very confined space for Flux 3, but at least There's a recall interaction. Also, lightning might be good here, given... We don't want to use too much of this. Hang on. My muscle memory is terrible. Okay, here it is. Here's Ultra Hand. Oh, missed it. Hang on. Accidentally canceled out. That's okay. Muscle memory is just a little flawed right now, that's all. Oh, wrong one. Got it too, I just let go of it too soon. So I wonder if he is going to do the big recall maneuver, given that there's just no headroom here. Tear it off. Oh, very luckily. As we got caught by the swap, let's eat up. There's 2 fairies expended already, we have a 3rd one. Let's not rely on it. Okay, yeah, because we know this about this guy, that he does this swap. Try to grab him. That's the thing that makes number 3, Mark 3, unique. There we go. And yeah, we keep missing this. Let's fix this up. Make sure we get full health for the 1-hit protection. Yeah, because these guys were total pushovers when we fought them in the overworld. Like, I've fought 4 different Mark IIIs in quick succession, and I think we hardly took any damage from them. But a swap is the main thing to look out for. Here we go, finally. Just needed to get a good hit on it across. Probably a good idea to get sight on him. Okay, so he is going to do the recall maneuver. Okay. Then I wonder if we can get on top. It's pretty low ceiling. This is the thing I'm concerned about. Oh, wait, there we go. Hang on. Here we go. Yeah. These guys are easy once you know what to do, but we need to not take hits, obviously. And he's going to do the swap in this mode as well. Let's tear him apart. Good. This should be a kill. Okay. We got a Flux 3 core. Let's put it on the broadsword because that's the option that exists. I mean, replacing one of the other horns is an incremental gain. I think I'd rather just put it on the broadsword. And that'll just be our next bread and butter weapon, I guess, after we smoke the spear. Anyway, this is open. It will probably give me some kind of gate over here. Maybe even give me the gate to go back up. We'll see. And look at that. That's all we needed to do. What if we get an exit here in the depths? Or if we do need to exit back out top. Ruler of Dragons. What's he gonna give me? Armor wreathed in otherworldly evil, hidden away since days of old. Take it now. Let's see what this is. One of the more elaborate side quests that we've done in this game. But let's take it. Evil Spirit Armor. Stealth and a little bit of extra value on top of that. Malevolent Entity. Well, we'll keep it for later. I guess if you do the labyrinths, that would give you the full set. Maybe. This also looks like it's potentially an exit. Let's just... I mean, we've got the glow. We don't really need to light it up. Yeah, we can also just scan around with this thing. And we can also just ascend through here to get out of the box, but I kind of want to know if there's a gate that opens up, because when we went to one of the labyrinths previously in the depths, it was all locked up, so yeah, let's loot as much as we can, just probably. That means that we're actually going to be in a province of the depths that we had not approached yet, which is going to be potentially interesting. Because we haven't been to this area at all, we haven't mapped it. We're, of course, way too low on arrows for comfort. Let's see if we can open up the front door. Now that we've cracked this thing on the inside. Oh look, more treasure. Lovely. And more blades we don't have room for. Soldier 4 blade. I guess we can just replace... it's a two-hander though. I think for a two-hander the damage is not actually that great, but maybe we can replace the rock hammer. I mean, we kind of need a mining weapon though, so... maybe replace the box pounder. Let's see. You know, we might actually not... you know what? Okay, no, the spear is about to break. Let's just replace the spear. That's the sensible thing to do. Because occasionally the knockback effect in a two-hander is going to be pretty good, so... you don't want to take that for granted. Yeah, here we are inside the rock encasing the labyrinth. Let's see if there is a front door that we can approach here or not. Seems open. Oh, like we're just kind of on top of... yeah, we're just on top of the labyrinth then. Because... when we approached the other one, the southwestern one, in the region of the depths that we had explored, I think that we had gotten to the top of the labyrinth and found that the grating was shut. And here's something quite different. We'll see what it is when we climb. It does seem like we're back out in the open again, so... let's try to just slide out of this. And we'll just get a bit of stamina recovery. Well, that was not the way to do it, but okay. So let's see if it is completely encased or if we can get upstairs. Well, oh, look at that. Okay, no, we'll definitely take this, yeah. That's the right play. Then we can actually see. Yeah, we had unlocked the light route on the southwestern one as well. This is our first one in this region, and we'll see what it gets me. But I guess we'll begin some depths exploration, and not having been to this zone, we do need to find what the ascension point will be to get out of here before our ammo is completely depleted. So much for going to Tarrytown, which we were right next to. This light route also just didn't show me very much. Oh yeah, this is the northeast corner, that's right. So hopefully we'll find a way out. And because of the kind of inverted nature of the landscape, since this labyrinth in the overworld is on an island, I actually don't know if anything else here would be reachable, but we'll of course have to see. Check. I don't have, unfortunately, the parts available to build a vehicle out of this. See if these routes are ascendable. Maybe only partly. I mean, a labyrinth is climbable rung by rung, so we should just climb it. Maybe break some of that fall damage along the way, but we'll see. Yeah, let's just climb it. Let's just get out of here. If we're able to do so. Let's go rung by rung. Get a sense of where we are. Actually, looking at this area around here, you know what? Let's scan around here first. See if there's anything else additional we might have missed. Looks like it's just water. It had water can sometimes. Field treasure, and yes, it will. There's treasure. Whoops, that was a mistake. Was that one that we found? No, I think that's new. Probably more weapons that we don't have room for. Actually, we do have room for bows. Yes, we'll of course take that. Very useful, in fact. Or more useful than I expected. We might as well just ascend through here, but... Right. Try to get on top of the tower. That'll be the next big objective. Long climb, but doable given many points at which one can restore stamina. Don't know if we can get into this area under the tower, just ascend up directly. That would obviously be best. We could. But don't know if that'll be the case. Let's check it. Let's check it. See if we can get under. Just apply some geometric thinking here and see where this gets us. Oh, just on the foot. Okay, let's see if we can get it further in. Also, more treasure chests that we didn't see because we were in the dark. Anything good? Yes. Yeah, let's just explore in here. In fact, we've got some lights on. Let's take what we can while we can. And then we'll try to head up the tower on the outside. It's clearly climbable. The question is just where we can go from there. And yeah, this is pretty deep in. Central shaft over here. The central shaft, in fact, just goes up. The question is, if we ascend at an earlier point, where would that potentially take me? Well, so we go up through here. It's not far enough. I think that it's around a central structure. And back doesn't even get me that far. You know, this is not deep enough. I kind of wonder though, if we use something like an existing platform, I mean, this would be much faster than a climb if we want to spin apart too. For example, use a hover platform and try to get ourselves to just ascend outside of the central shaft just to see whether this can be exited. Or we can just go outside and do the manual climb for ages and ages. The thing that's not clear to me is whether this area is completely isolated. Or if we can in fact get out a way of a climb. This is a tall tower though. For all we know, it just goes straight up to the ceiling. The way to check is to try to do the ascension. Let's burn a hover platform or whatever. We've got so many of those. How many do we have? Got 41 hover stones. Just poke that instead. Find where we're going. Yeah, I'm guessing that this square is the central tower and that ascending through here would be a little too far. We can check it, of course. I believe this will place me outside the tower. We'll check it. It does, but interestingly enough, this does allow me to ascend here. Now I wonder if this just sends me back to the main world area. If it does, then it's basically a confirmation that you can't just climb out the outside here. But it's just a light route. We need to go a tiny bit further to go up the tower. Tiny bit further, like over here. And yeah, it doesn't give you a valid ascension point. Which tells me that that's not going to be the way out. The question is, how do you get out? Maybe ascend from the initial drop zone here. Or you just have to climb. Yeah, this is before the area outside the tower. Let's see. Obviously, we're playing without fast travel. I do want to see if there's a natural way to proceed. I'll stand right beside this. I checked this bit earlier. Found that it won't let you go. So possibly it is just a tower climb, and we'll see if there's a way to proceed. Over to the mainland, as it were. Because we certainly don't have the resources to just get out here. Well, let's climb it. See what it does. The fact that the light route is so isolated here. It's making me wonder. Yeah, we'll climb on the opposite side so we can see what's going on. If this is, in fact, isolated, without a way to fly over to the adjoining territory, then we may have a case where getting out of here without warping might be especially difficult, so we'll see. I mean, also because we just don't have the parts to get a vehicle going, I think. With so little zonite in the bank. And we found a zonite deposit around here, obviously that would change. Because then we would be able to balloon our way up or something, but we'll see. We'll just climb. We'll see if there's actually a way out. Or whether the rock face just completely surrounds us. Which is often the case with the depths equivalents of water features in the overworld, where sometimes there's just no way. It would be interesting though, because, you know, the previous labyrinth that we'd seen in the depths was reachable, it was just completely encased. But this one, of course, has the distinction of being equivalent to something that is in the ocean. And we do know that from our experience elsewhere in the depths that ocean in the overworld usually equals infinitely high cliffs down here. And the fact that there was no ascension point on the outside, or no ascension point, you know, sort of up the tower, tells me that this tower probably connects directly to the ceiling. If it does connect directly to the ceiling, we might not have a ledge or anything else to stand on to. And get out of here and climb on the outside. Go up. If I had the parts to do a vehicle, obviously would do that, but currently I just don't know if that will give me anything. We will try though. Try to stick with our principles here and continue to play without fast travel. Should have actually climbed on a side that would give me the water landing. We do in fact need to fall. But we'll be going up a great height. And we'll see how that works. I don't remember what the situation was with the connectivity of the southwestern labyrinth. Because it too also had a drop point that you had to unlock in the overworld, which is almost certainly connected to doing the equivalent interaction in the sky, just like we did here. But yeah, we'll see if this just hits ceiling. It's entirely possible that it does. With no ledge to stand on and nowhere to go. The lack of an available ascension point down below makes me seriously suspect that will be the case. But yeah, look at that. We're just going to hit ceiling. So, nowhere to go. The question is, how do we get out? Well, looks like barring an ascension point through the central area, we will need to build a vehicle. That's sort of strange because, you know, up to this point the devs were pretty good about taking care of people who wanted to play Warpless. Well, and oh, that's gonna be death anyway, so. No, it's gonna be a ferry. Okay, well, it expended the ferry, so. I guess we'll just need to grab another one when we go back up eventually. Yeah, looking at the light route here. Really doesn't look like there's a way up or out. It's okay. As I was saying previously, we do want to stick somewhat religiously to no warps. The question is there an ascension point that works? I'd be very surprised if there weren't one. Simply because of how the rest of the zone functions. But maybe in our rival area here. Best way to do it. Otherwise we end up building a vehicle or something. Well, we'll see, because I don't know how we'll afford the vehicle. Given that we have, specifically because we have no fans left, or one fan left, we are lacking our major mechanism for upwards movement. So we might actually be stuck. We might actually be stuck. You need to go way up here. So can we do it without fast travel? Maybe if we look around. There's another way up, but I mean, you kind of weren't supposed to get down here in the first place without the glider, just given that we exploited with the ferry. But it's making me wonder. This here, this low ceiling. Where does it connect to? Probably just the upper room. Yeah. There's gotta be some kind of ascension point, and possibly one that should be clearly marked. But There isn't a natural candidate apart from this part of the ceiling here, unless there's a way to get behind that area. Like here, we've already tried that. I mean, it could be that the only way out is connecting shaft. Is this game really going to make me do my second warp of the game? I mean, the thing is, it's traversable by machines, but we just don't have the budget for it. So on Zonite. We've got 5 Zonite, we can't build a thing, really. Maybe, if we have a balloon basket, we put it on top of our remaining fan. Put something like a big battery on it, and you have the remaining fan just propel the balloon basket all the way up. We might be able to rig this together. We'd need something like a big battery, I think, given how long the drop is. And if it doesn't work, we'll just take a depth out of it. Yeah, okay, no, that's how we'll do it. We have the parts for it. Do we have balloon and flamethrower? In which case, the only Zonite we would spend is on the basket. Balloon and flame emitter, rather. We don't even necessarily need that, but we need it mainly for the basket as a platform. So we can spawn it in. And we can do that, maybe we make this happen. By building it on this platform here as our center point for going up. Let's try it. Let's try it. The baskets shouldn't expire. We have enough for 1 fan. Yeah, if we take fall damage, that's fine. Then we get our ingredients back, and it's actually what we want. Now let's build up here. No, let's build down here so we have some more room. Gonna take this out in 1 flame emitter. And likely a battery pack of some sort as well. The idea is that build this. So it is possible, depending on your materials and your blueprints, to be in a situation where you actually cannot leave this without warps. But we're going to try to avoid that. We're going to try to make it happen. So we attach a giant battery to the middle here. I'll be able to make that work. Basically, we put the fan on the bottom of this. And I don't know if the fan will give me enough thrust once the balloon expires. That's the main thing. With only 1 fan, it might not actually be enough. But we have to try it. Because we're out of options otherwise. We'll try to... I feel like we need the big battery for this. I haven't used a big battery up to this point in the game. We don't know how much charge it has. But we'll try to take multiple times necessary. I'm worried a little bit about the mass that it adds, but... For the first time we are going to use this because it seems necessary. And we're going to try to make this happen with no warps. It's a little off center. Do what a dead center. Just for safety's sake. Yeah, if we take a death, we take a death. No big deal. See how much juice we get out of this. Now, because, yeah, there's going to be battery depletion off of the flamethrower as well, but we get lift up to the point that the balloon blows up, and hopefully that's enough to work with. Yeah, let's get a cheap bow. And let's see how this works. This depends critically on whether the fan gives me enough thrust and whether I remain balanced for it to actually send me up once the balloon has reached expiry, which it will. I really don't think the balloon will get me high enough by itself. Obviously, I'd love to add more fans if I could, but we just can't afford it. Didn't come in here with enough materials. I'd really like not to compromise on the warps. Okay, we're doing well. We're doing well. Battery depletion is in fact going very, very well. The question is, if the balloon expires, it hasn't got to drop. Or do we keep going? This is doing surprisingly well. Battery's at about halfway. Yeah, this is the first time in the game that we pulled out the big battery, and it really seemed like it was a desperate circumstance where I wanted to do that, so we're not dealing with too much. Oh, look! We're here. We're here. We got it. Let's keep going. Yeah, we can actually jump out at any time now. Perfectly fine. I actually kind of want to see how high this will get me. Because if we go high enough, we can do a water dive. Maybe. Well, I mean, let's see. I want to see the balloon expire so we can see what the fan does for future reference. It's important to know this. Okay, that's what it does. Yeah, so it's a bit unbalanced. Everything topples over. If we had a stabilizer, that would have been great. But with the battery, that would work. Let's see if it spawns me all the way down below, or if we change zones, whether we are back in the main zone. But luckily, we now know from that experiment that big battery was more than enough to get me up. Okay, that's fine. We now have a way up. We know how to do it. Big battery was in fact overkill, but little battery, we only want to stay adaptable with that. Yeah, so once we reached surface level, we should have just jumped out of that. Because surface battery, you know, if we had, or regular battery, if we had like 4 of those, maybe that's enough. I don't know. Because maybe we want to save big batteries for huge flights later in the game, if we can. But you know, this is a circumstance where we were particularly desperate for a solution, given how low in zonite we were. This is literally the last thing I can buy with zonite, given that everything's at least 3 in terms of cost. So we'll do the same build, except this time we'll jump out. And or we could do it with a stabilizer so we can fall. But no, that was a good enough experiment. Big battery was overkill though. We can try it with fewer, and because it says multiple times, but how much is multiple times? Like, is that, you know, 4 or... Yeah, we can do that and then drop some ballast as we go. Because it is pretty massy as well, and so... Emitter. Let's put it together first and then we'll see. Yeah, we need to spend charges because we're being cheap with the battery. Well, that's our problem. I feel like saving a big battery is a good idea, because then we'll get a good calibration for how many batteries a big battery actually holds, like if we compare it to doing 4 or something. Okay. The fan might not even be necessary, given that the balloon just lasts all the way, but we took it out already, so let's use it. Was this off-center? Totally off-center. Balanced. Balloon pulling things up should maintain balance, even if I do drop some ballast on the sides with, 4 batteries or something. We can do it, just, put them on corners. Do we want to spend 4 batteries though, or just one large one that we know will work? I think having little batteries might be more adaptable if we just need builds with singles. Yeah, let's just go back to the big battery build. We know it works. We know it's overkill, but it works. And we need that right now. We'll just not overshoot for experimental purposes, the way we just did. Yeah, maybe the balloon by itself would have gotten me up there, but I didn't want to mess with its expiry time, considering that the expiry, even with the fin, happened pretty shortly after we got above the overworld labyrinth. So, in some sense we had more than enough room, in some sense we really didn't. So anyway, let's move up again. Cheap bow. And we'll just get ready to jump out of the basket when time comes. So yeah, this was a good solution. Right down to the wire in terms of material cost. Used almost every last thing we could afford here. But it does mean that we're under a little bit of pressure to go back down to the depths to grab more zonite with the first available trip that I can have. And the problem is that we definitely want more arrows before we do something like that. And also, is this me, or is something tilting here? It's just my camera. Everything's perfectly fine. I am tilted a bit. Right, here's the chasm. Press above the chasm. Once it is safe. And then hopefully be able to dive towards the wall. The ground. Not take too much fall damage along the way. Going up dead center. Yeah, here we go. Let's do one additional layer, so we just get out of the depths here. Will not go too far beyond this. Okay, good. It's gonna go up ways, but I'm happy with what we have. And from here, let's just get back out. Interestingly enough, best way out of here would actually have been in the slightly lower level. Because then we can go out through the subterranean passage over to North Takala again. Since Blood Moon hasn't happened yet, things should still be clear. I don't know if Blood Moon has happened because we were underground, so we'll take it. Yeah, instead of going with the overland road. And because we don't have materials to really climb through anyway, right? Or fly. So we might as well take the lower route instead. Maybe I'm a little concerned about my current health pool, but got it. And no hands here, I hope. And we'll be careful about this drop this time as well, because we know what happened last time. Nearly taking too much of a plummet here. Let's go down this wall. Nice and gentle. Come on, climb down. Here we go. Very low health, but if nothing's respawning, since it has not yet been Blood Moon, we will be fine, and we can check for fairies again at the fountain. Yeah, I guess we've literally done one thing this session, which was the whole maze interaction with the evil spirit armor, but now we know how it works, so we can do the other ones once we have the materials. And yeah, we'll have to keep in mind that we always want a material buffer for getting out of the depths with a balloon if necessary. But luckily that the elevation was not too bad. I mean, I guess it's because the exit point was subterranean already. It was easily reached, but for future reference, balloons can get me out of trouble. How did I get out of the underground? How do I get out of the underground generally, or because the way I did it just now was different than the way I did it before. Previously we found multiple places to hit ascend. The place that I was just in roughly 10 minutes ago, it didn't have an ascension point from what I could see, so I built a hot air balloon and that was enough to get me up. But I had to plug a sizable battery to it. I've really worked my materials down to the absolute minimum here to get this going. Oh, also, let's not die to this guy. Let's get some shock resistance and some health just in case, because these guys can mess with me, so let's not mess with them. Where is my shock resistance? There we go. Then let's just get some bow shots. Oh yeah, you see, that's the problem. Well, luckily, with shock resistance, they do like a quarter heart to me at most. Where's my bow? Okay. Okay. I'm gonna use the cheap bow. This is why it's also important to have some arrows remaining in game. Or we just whack them with a weapon that's totally overkill. That's fine too. These guys take like 1 damage. We'll do 40 something instead. You only found a few ascension towers. Yeah, the issue was that I was in a place just now that seemed like it was totally isolated. And the only way out was through the shaft where I came in. That's what it seemed like. I don't know if that was actually true, but I checked pretty thoroughly and I couldn't find an alternative. So it was kind of challenging too, because, you know, I'm playing with no warps, or at least trying to, and I feel like I was very close to a situation where I would have had to compromise on that because I had 5 shards of Zonite left and I had to spend 3 of them to get my build together. And so we are actually totally broke when it comes to building things. Oh, lightning. Let's take some things off. Okay, wooden bow, spring shield, and construct weapons, fine. And we have lightning resist, partly. Okay, let's finally... Oh, you know what? Yeah, we should give the carrot to the horse god. That was something we wanted to do ages ago, and we haven't been in this area since week 1 of the game, so I haven't done this. And it's also raining, which makes climbing a pain, but... yeah, we might not actually be able to climb here yet. Let's see. Maybe we should have flown here. We can try to climb, but you know, the rain is not going to cooperate, so... wow, look at that. Let's not stand next to any of that. We have some slip resistance elixirs, but I don't trust them, so... you know what, let's just take the land route. Until things clear up a bit. Ordinarily I just build a vehicle to set myself up, but we just do not have the materials anymore, so... also, did we ever do this shrine? Yeah, we did. Okay. Yeah, I didn't get much effectiveness out of the slip resistance. I tried it, so... I mean, I guess there's a particular rhythm to climbing against something slippery, which I figured out in Breath of the Wild because we did so much of it back then. And I guess having a shorter slip distance would help with that. I didn't know what the effect was specifically. I guess you're saying it's distance. I was originally wondering, is it probability or is it something else? I don't know. But anyway, we're just going to try to walk upstairs a slow way. And that is okay. So yeah, priorities would be Horse God and then finally back to Tarrytown so we can do some experimental builds and go in the recipe book a bit. It's been weeks since I was last here. This was one of the first places we explored in my file. Now we're seasoned veterans of this game who also have absolutely no currency left to prove it. Yeah, okay, so this was the side route. We're familiar with that. Used to call us stable. Let's go for the stable. We need to buy more arrows anyway before I head back down to the depths. It used to be 4 climbing animations to 1 fall. It seems to be 5 to 1 now. Oh, you mean with the... you mean a change from the last game to this one, or do you mean a change due to the slip resistance? I really hope there is something like a slip immune or highly slip resistant armor in this game. Also, yeah, this guy's Yika clan. I'm gonna put on a Yika costume and talk to him. I just want to see what the interaction is. Because we check this in some other places and it's usually amusing. Hey, you're a Yika clan too, right? You should have realized I was fake crying. Yeah, so they all have unique interactions like that, so you can actually check in advance whether someone's Yeet Clan, although it's usually pretty obvious. So one thing I'll eventually want to do when I go back to the depths is to try to find more Yiga interactions like this where I can be friendly. Also, yeah, we need to get some cooking done now because I blasted through my gloom food. Anyway, arrows. As many as we can, as always. We're probably good with a lot of this. We probably do want to stay. Get the bonus that we can. We can get the Millennia bed, but I feel like it's not worth it for the extra stamina and health, actually, at this point. We should just spend one of the many tickets that we have. How many do I have? We've got like 8 or 9. 9. Yeah, let's just spend it. Because I've been really, really spendy when it comes to arrows, so I feel like I should start being a bit frugal. Particularly now that we have a real health pool. Regular bed. Oh, okay, you don't get any pony points. That's too bad. I actually do want points. In which case, since we're here anyway... Alright, fine. Let's just take the expensive one. You were comparing the $70 DLC to the prequel. Yes, exactly. Yeah, any user, early on, in one of my first days with the game, we mounted a bear, which we also did back in the last game, and it was immediately struck by lightning, like the minute I got aboard it, which was okay, I guess, because it turned the bear into a seared steak, which then healed me from the lightning damage. So basically, we tried to ride the bear, lightning struck the bear, we ate the bear. The circle of life. Snow feels stable. Yeah, we got that hint a while ago, like weeks ago. But we'll keep it in mind when we actually go there. Anyway, actual health. At this point, the next reward is just more stable space I don't need. Let's switch back to real armor, first of all. By real armor, I mean this thing. Might as well wear this thing that we worked so hard for. Try it out. Basically like a Ganondorf cloak, almost. And let's... There's no snow around here, but... Might as well wear good boots, so we don't... change out of them later. Or even, yeah, swim speed's not bad either. Yeah, sure. Let's just keep that. And let's get some food going again because we threw so much. What are we even doing for materials? Yeah, we've got a few, I guess. Let's go Sunderline first. We need more gloom food. We cut through way too much. Where's my Sunderline? Yeah, because I was trying to find recipes that would give me basically a matching number of hearts and gloom healed, because that makes sense to me. So you don't have to take care to stagger everything, but I guess this was the best we could do, so we'll make a couple of these. Oh, we still have apples. Actually, 3 hearts for this is not too bad. It was mostly the hands just wrecked me a little while ago. So we'll do a couple of these. Takes up a fair bit of inventory space, of course, but I thought it was supposed to give me a bonus. That wasn't a bonus. If we can find one that gives me like the 6 and 6 or the 5 and 6, it's not too bad. 6 and 4, 4 and 6. Yeah, we'll do this one. And that will hopefully be fine. Because we should be thinking ahead to depths preparation, basically, because I'm completely broken Zonite, and we basically can't do more playing in the sky very much until we fix that, so... We'll get some regular health replenishment as well to pull things in. Ooh, +8 gloom. That's nice. Then let's get some regular health food. If we can. Yeah. And we'll do a variety of them. We're going to get up to 12 hearts pretty soon, pretty much as soon as I hit town, so making a few that are 6 hearts might be beneficial. We'll eventually get to the point where we do the max out food, but not until I have lots more hearts, I think, to make it cost efficient. That's something for late game. Someone is already routing 100% speed runs in 44 hours on the first attempt. Yeah, I don't know how that compares to Breath of the Wild. I know that Breath of the Wild was pretty well optimized over the course of several years. And then, of course, it's such a flexible game that big stasis skips and such are found all the time. Yeah, I know that one of the Metroid speedrunners that I follow has been focusing on Breath of the Wild lately. And has been working on a couple of different categories, but I obviously haven't been watching because I've been on spoiler protection for this game. Breath of the Wild started at around 27 hours. I mean, yeah, it's going to get squeezed substantially once things settle down. But the interesting thing about this game is that the strategic variety for routing is actually so immense, because depending on what you do in terms of materials and vehicle crafting, it seems like it's just absolutely replete with options that, you know, are going to take years and years and years for people to sort through. How are we doing for food? Let's count here. Okay, we're on row 12 already, so we should cook maybe one more. Call it for now. This I think it's about 19 now. Interesting. Okay. We're doing a little better on food. Let's get out of here. I love this cape, actually. That's such a nice fit for your hat, right? Look at how well matched your wardrobe is. I mean, I'm sure the full Evil Spirit set will be spectacular. Okay, we're going to find a horse god. That's the next thing, and of course we should take a horse. And then all our horses. Here are massive horses also here. Oh, let's take a massive horse. Just so we can repeatedly give him a heel tap without bothering to look at my horse stamina. So we just go on autopilot a little bit and yeah, directly to the north we'll do it. It'll wind up like Breath of the Wild where you need to walk the whole map basically. Under 3 levels. I mean, I don't know what the Breath of the Wild route looks like, so I don't have a context for that, really. Okay, so, whoops. I'll walk you across. It makes sense to take a horse with me, take a horse god, right? Or not. I guess I do have to get off here. Anyway, we finally have a carrot for this, so let's submit. Anyway, here's Melania. Munch, munch, munch. Or so we think. And then, okay. Here we go. And of course you hear Epona's theme. I don't think I'm that tasty. They don't look like a carrot. I have another carrot. Good. I have another carrot. Carrot wishes. Revive loyalties or enhance your abilities. That's interesting. It is much better. Bring meals, okay. Do we need to make a carrot meal? Oh, I don't know. So can we enhance a horse? So let's say we improve some speed on this horse, shall we? Does not want to have its abilities enhanced. I see. Alright, let's do our royal steed from... Ah, okay, so there actually are some ingredients that are required. Okay, we should actually screenshot some of this so we can remember it. And we should look at it with another horse so we can see like something without maxed out stats so we can see what each of the requirements are. Although I don't know if it changes per horse. Let's take a look here. Okay, it's a little different. So this one to pull... Oh, I suppose it's because it's dependent on the level. That like these stats are very similar, and so... Alright, stew. Well, let's just screenshot this one then. Vegetable curry. We need Goron spice for that. We don't have that. Glazed veggies, steamed tomatoes. And fried boiled greens. Veggie porridge. Yeah, we know veggie porridge. We can do some of that. We'll need to come back and do that sometime. Probably not this stream. Because we just don't have the materials for it right now. I wonder what the revival cost is. Okay. Anyways, you were saying earlier, Breath of the Wild speedrun is like taking young kids on a cross-country road trip in a bomb-powered car. It flies by blowing itself up, but instead stopping to pee every 10 minutes. It's a car. Yeah. Yahaha. Are we there yet? Yahaha. Oddly enough, I feel like I've actually heard something similar before. Anyway, here's Millennia Spring. This is actually the first ferry in the game we've unlocked. Which is why none of my gear is upgraded. Let's head to Tarrytown because I want to do some experimental vehicles. Eventually, we want to go back down to the depths, but not before we've massively stocked up in arrows. I actually kind of wanted to do Great Ferries first, but they're just way over on the other side of the map. We'll probably do depths first at some point, because Zonite's just going to make everything more fun. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, Netcat, this is this game's discoverable giant horse. The way the Ganondorf horse was in the first game. And in case you weren't already aware, one of the few things about this game that actually does connect to your Breath of the Wild save file. Oh, there's a cooking point here, obviously, because, you know, in case you want to just cook some things right away, you can do that. For the purposes of, you know, making sure the horse god is appeased. Okay, we are lightning safe right now. And yeah, Tarrytown it is. We can finally pick up the 2 heart containers to which I'm entitled, and then probably check some of these other locations. I see the construction well isn't checked off. Do wells get checked off? Oh, this cave is not checked off. I only just realized there are check marks on caves. I don't know what fills the condition for that. Like if you've looted the treasure chests inside, or if you've just explored them at all, or what. But as soon as you discover them, they're on the map, so there's some kind of condition for completing the cave that is marked accordingly. Anyway, we probably want to pick up some fans and rockets if we're able to. I actually don't have very many materials to plug in here right now, other than constructs, but we'll try to make it. I also don't remember why we couldn't finish this Korok, but we'll deal with that some other time. Okay. Okay, let's ride. It is... I've noticed this before, but it is so strange to be back in the overworld after a long time of not playing here. Yeah, it's my first time back here in many weeks. Oh yes, we've got lots of business in Tarrytown, actually. We need to send our racers down to the fishing village. Yeah, standing in water in a thunderstorm, maybe not right. Used to be so many guardians around here too. There aren't anymore. Shrine over there. Yeah, we've seen that. This looks like Battle Talus. Have we killed this one? This is totally Battle Talus, right? Or this is just... Yeah, it's totally Battle Talus. Have we killed it? We have not. Alright. Let's kill it. I have so few arrows. We should switch to the Zonite bow. We can jump off the horse. I don't want him to spend all their fire ammo. I want to loot some of it at least, but... Okay. 1, 2. I said 2. 3. Come on, headshots, please. Alright. Okay. Let's get a bomb on this. Spend all the arrows that we just had. I don't even have room for a melee weapon to pick up the Talus core at this point, I think, but we'll pick something up anyway. Yeah, I didn't know that taking down the bokoblins actually did eat away at the Battle Talus stamina, but now we know. We will gladly take that. Okay, weapon-wise, Stone Talus core is actually just plus 17. I guess we could put it onto Rockhammer. Need to be careful here because of the lightning. Rockhammer would actually be the best candidate for it. By some distance, in fact. Because it's my half-used mining weapon anyway, so... Let's not get whacked by lightning. Let's use it and get off of it. There we go. Bit of a risky move there, but we'll take it, and we will continue. We spit so many arrows. That was much of what I bought just before this area. That's okay. There's also a shrine crystal at Tarrytown that we never figured out how to plug in somewhere. We haven't adequately scouted the area yet, so... But luckily, lots of vehicle materials there that we will want to use in order to... has it been done? Yes, it has. Also, I need a better long-range bow because my Grudo bow has been sitting in the red for quite some time, but we now know how to take out the Lightning Gleeok, and in fact, rather easily. But my strategy for it does require me to have a good long-range bow because we don't have the paraglider available for a particular phase of the fight, so... Also, it looks like there's totally a guy asleep in the lake, like a enemy in the lake. Let's... Or am I wrong? Oh, maybe that's the... Hang on. Let's take a look at this. That's not the shrine, okay. Anyway, we need to find the kid too, because we never resumed the house construction quest, and... You know, Hudson's kid is somewhere here. Now, I don't know if there's anything else to do with the racetrack, or we can send him down to the water course right away. Where are the racers? We have here. They are not. Oh, yes they are. Okay. But can we send them over? Yeah. Let's move. we'll do boat races.
Oh.
So desert racers. Very excited about splashing around.
Ah. Ah.
Okay. Excellent.
Oi.
That'll be the next race point.
Ah. Oh.
And then we'll have a challenge to build various watercraft, which now that we've got a massive battery bank, it's going to be much easier as well. Considering that battery limitations are actually one of the things that confine your race time, unless you spend lots of charges. Okay. Excellent. That's done. We need to find a kid. We'll do that. Where's my horse? Oh. There we go. Okay, so we have all of these balloons and baskets. I want to do some kind of new basket build eventually. But these ones are just display versions. Not going to be too useful here. I love how this plank is movable. No Korok down here though.
Ah.
Yes, me again. Anything quest-wise? I mean, it would say so. Balloon. Yeah, we only ever really found baskets in the depths. If we find a balloon basket here instead of just a flat platform, I do want to make some vehicle revisions.
Oh.
And we also want to roll for some more fans and rockets.
Ooh.
Yeah, we've got rail car. We've done a lot of this before. Vehicle parts all over the place. Let's roll some charges. Got We actually looted a fair number of these recently. Let's just grab what we need. This is exactly the point that I wanted because this one does dispense fans and rockets, which we're extremely short on. And steering sticks. It's exactly what I want, in fact. So we might as well spend lavishly. Get what we need. We haven't really been using the wheels because we've mostly been building aerial vehicles for traversing the sky, but went from 30-something fans down to 0 just from all the different constructions we had going on, so steering sticks were a bit of a limitation as well. So what are we looking at right now? Let's see. Only 6 fans still. We probably do want to roll for more. And by type. It's always by type, yeah. Oh right, this was at the bottom because we looted it last. Steering sticks are in good shape, finally. Rockets are in decent shape. We do need more fans, though. a lot more fins. And what else we have here? We've got wheels. Yeah, maybe one more round. Got almost none of these charges left, but we don't really use them for battery anymore now that we're in much better shape power-wise. Should keep a few in reserve though, just in case, because there are some emergency scenarios where a small buffer is necessary, and it might be a while before we fight more constructs. Loot those. Also, yeah, how many balloons did we loot? Okay, we're up to 7 balloons. That's great. 7. Fans are still low, and they'll be depleted quickly, but... And, yeah, this lift to get upstairs, we won't use that just yet. So we need to figure out how to build an ascender vehicle similar to the quad-rotor drone that is much easier to land. I feel like the balloon basket might be a good way to do it if we can find one, but we've definitely been down here, right? Construction site well. I mean, let's mine it. Their massive talus hammer. We've definitely been down here with everything we see here, but bright bloom seeds are always good. And we can also just use Riju if she's here. She's not here. Whack this thing with our talus hammer. Total overkill, but you know, considering we only got 1 stone out of it. Anyway, we know a lot more about this game than we did when I was first here on day 3 or thereabouts, so we'll try to do something accordingly. And we have balloons. I need some kind of balloon platform or basket. Those baskets are not usable. Let's see. Oh, here's a good. Excellent. And so, we can get him to build the house. Let's see how much wood or other materials we need. Because this is a great deal of unfinished business. Sun. I've got Sundelions. I got plenty of Sundelions. Excellent. You need 10. Luckily, I actually do have that many, unless I cooked with all of them. Let's see if I did in fact cook with all of them. Okay, we got Sundelions. Let's do it. Good thing we didn't cook that much gloom food. And I guess we'll eventually catch up with her over in Gerudo Town. That's why every son chooses Hudson Construction. Oh, look at that. It's like it's wearing a hat. Nice balloon, actually.
Oh.
Oh. 哦。 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 Oh.
Yes, let's come. Very important development. The Tower Town quest in the first game was always one of the most satisfying things. I was really fond of it. So I really did want to see what the equivalent would be as a follow-up in this game. Notice how the heat source, too, is not just located at the top of the basket like the way I tend to put my flame emitters, but a little lower down. Anyway, here's sunrise. We will have to catch up with her eventually. I'm sure that this game will accommodate that and give us something fun. Well, let's get a shot of this lovely moment. So, we will have to follow up on that someday, but perhaps we'll get to build a house first. We shall see. And of course you hear the Rudo Town motif here. Very multilingual bit of code switching. As befits her upbringing. Yeah, it's time to apply yourself. Build me a house. Build me a house. Okay, a bit of cash. And we'll have plenty of reason to be back there, so. And he doesn't know I have a special exemption. So I wonder if you actually needed to open up Rudo Town before this part of the quest made itself available, because I remember I couldn't find it the last time I was here, but then I couldn't. Then I didn't search very hard. Because I wonder what happens if you did this quest, if you're able to at all, before actually preparing the desert. Anyway, let's get some hearts. We have enough on us for 2. Realize a blessing. Did we really only do one shrine today? Yeah, just the one at the labyrinth. Anyway, we already have stamina topped out, so I don't know why she's offering. Let's finally upgrade hearts for the first time in quite a long time. Then after this, one more heart, and then we can pull the Master Sword from the last game. If we went back in time. We're still going to get one shot by everything like crazy when I just don't have much of a health pool, but Okay, ammo. Yes, we generally just want more arrows, so.
Oh.
Monster extract as fruits. We're actually good on bomb flowers. Which is a nice position to be in. Anyway, can I have a house? Oh, yes, he's moved in. And can tell me where his brother is. Its ears, on the other hand, are quite swoopy, and its horn goes swift. I probably need to send some monster parts in, though. When the sun goes down, find this charming multicolored stall upon that hill. It probably changes locations like Kilton did in the last game, though, right? So, we'll see. Unless this is always going to be the first location, which might be the case given that Kilton is introducing himself all over again here.
Oh.
Real estate.
Oh.
A monster sculpture. Well, we'll give you some parts. I think that's likely the answer. Oh, you know what? I don't have the camera. This probably requires the camera. Well, that would mean I'd have to go to Lookout Landing eventually. We might have to hold off, because we've just been running everywhere but Lookout Landing, and we want to do the dungeons first, just so we can get more NPCs to scold me. A tool of some sort that can paint a detailed picture. Okay, so this is the latest thing to be camera locked, and we'll see, because I wonder if something like the player housing is locked behind us, in which case... Monsters Collection 1. Yeah, we basically have to run around snapping pictures of enemies, I guess. Okay, let's see. Hopefully housing is not locked behind that. That would be... okay, here we go. Time for Dream Home. Yes, it is time for Dream Home. Need a little bit of Animal Crossing in this game, so... So, we can do modular housing. Let's ask about it first, but we will obviously do modular housing. Room by room building style, yeah. Right, because we probably even get to use the grab interface and just move rooms by hand. With Ultra Hand or something. Move things by Ultra Hand. Dream Home, please. How much? 1,500? Yes, let's get the cash first. Let's get the cash. We'll be strategic about what we sell. And we just need to get it to 1,500. I don't want to sell my diamonds yet. But some of our other gems can probably go in approximate quantities. Let's take a look. Yeah, we've got these amount of rubies. We'll sell down to like maybe 5 each or something, and just in case we need them for gear. I don't really know what the upgrade cost will be eventually. We're a long ways off from Great Ferry, but you know we'll overshoot a little bit on material costs because we'll need to buy more stuff eventually. So might as well have some cash ready. Also, if we separate parts like the construct horns, they can be reclaimed. Do I want to do that? No, we'll just leave them on the weapons, but if we wanted to, I mean, things like the cores and the hearts can't be, but we got all this rank 4 stuff here that is total overkill, but keep it. A lot of shields that won't go anywhere else either. That's okay. Let's pay up for the housing. Said and done. Alright, dream home.
Oh.
Let's do it. One dream home, please. Southeast and has an excellent view. Let's take a look. Oh, probably in the former Fairy Fountain location. There's a shrine over in that direction. Yes. And I wonder if that's the shrine where we're supposed to place the crystal from here, but we shall see. Becoming a Tarry Townite. I mean, we already did in the first game, so we're particularly committed to this place. That's why this was one of the first places I wanted to visit in this game, coming from Breath of the Wild. And we were here on day 3. It was the first significant location I was in, but anyway, let's head up. Our horse is downstairs, but that's okay. Yeah, so I used to harvest so much of my wood up in that area, in fact, with bombs, in order to construct a town in the first game. That was one of my major wood harvesting points, I remember. And this is quite close to where the Great Fairy formerly resided. So we'll head up to the construction zone. Since Zelda took over my other place between games. Expropriating the land from her loyal knight. But is this the area I'm looking for? Let's see. This was the former Fairy location. I don't know if spring still gives me anything, but there's a lot of Silent Princess. Yeah, we don't know what the Silent Princess will be used for yet in this game, but we'll pick up a bunch. Go back over. Just checking to see if anything in here is ascendable. Seems not. I would just use arrows to ult some of these, but yeah, I just could use some meat. It was much cheaper to use bombs against them once upon a time, but you do. End user Link's house was not in Tarrytown in Breath of the Wild, but Link's house in the first game, I have visited it, and there's plenty to indicate that Zelda took over the house as a research base between games. Link's house was down in Hitino Village originally. And it's one of the things that I think actually does potentially interact with your Breath of the Wild save file, because I had the Champion's portrait, like the group portrait from Champion's Ballad in the house when I went there, and I don't know if that's true of everybody's save file, or if it's only true of people who have a Champion's Ballad completion on their save. Because it's a pretty significant thing you do at the end of Champion's Ballad to place the picture in the house, right? And we know that this game, at least with the horses, definitely does interact with the save file from the first one. In fact, when you first come to Tarrytown, it acknowledges that you helped build this place, and if you didn't play through that quest in Breath of the Wild, I'm guessing it doesn't do that. So it'll be interesting when I'm done to look up all of the things in this game that actually do in fact pull from the Breath of the Wild save. Anyway, Gruntison.
Oh.
Yeah. Let's build a house.
Ah.
How much material do I need? Well,
Mm.
I guess I need to buy rooms individually. It is like Animal Crossing, where, you know, we probably just have to work out a debt and buy additional room capacity to cut and paste a bit.
Ah.
This is also oddly reminiscent of the Link's Awakening dungeon builder,
Mm.
maybe. And Subnautica, for that matter, but you can't just build this anywhere, unfortunately. You have to build it within the plot. Covered with nets to protect the interiors. Move them once construction is complete.
Ah.
I see. Okay.
Ah.
So units used. 2 out of 15. Why units?
Oh. Ah.
Probably we need to use Ultrahan, yeah. So we got like this little entryway with welcome mat. Was it just me, or was that like a little pet door or something here? Or no, that's a drawer, okay. Or rather, yeah, a little cupboard. So what happens if we let's go on top and attach like this? Does it create some steps, or? And the implication is that you're supposed to back one onto the other. This is clearly what he wants you to do, but and there's this big wad of glue there where you're putting it together. I kind of wonder if we can reconfigure a bit. Also, this is totally out of bounds. Let's do something bizarre, maybe. Put it upside down. Put the bed up like this. I just want to see what happens. And just kind of have it connect halfway or something. And I just want to see how flexible it is. Like, are you actually going to let me build my dream home, or are you going to make me obey local building codes? Hopefully it doesn't cost me anything to reconfigure.
Oh. Mm.
Maybe it fails inspection. We'll see. Yeah, keeping your favorite steed was a nice surprise. Yeah, I went to the trouble of training a new one too. I didn't find any problems during inspection. Yeah, neither did I.
あお
We'll reconfigure, of course, to something a little more useful. But I'll try to buy more parts first if they let me. Hey, look at that. We've got the local paraglider for this region.
うん
That's my 6th one, I think. Yeah, during the starting cutscene, I don't know if that has any kind of dependence on Breath of the Wild, because I mean, I did start out with the full hearts and stamina and everything, but I actually didn't even stop to consider what would happen if you didn't have that. This door might not be very usable. That's okay. Anyway, this is exactly as we decided. Oh look, we've got a little candle and everything, don't we? Oh, that's the ceiling light. It's just that I didn't think of this as being the ceiling. But we could, you know, set these on a diagram or something too. We would need to probably talk to them to rebuild.
ああうん お
Let's start building. So I don't know what the material costs will be, and
あ
we'll have to see.
うん
Yeah, we'll reconfigure. But
お
I need more rooms. Any construction tips? Okay.
お
Rules? Okay, can't just put a whole bunch of wheels in this, or... Why do anything stick out over a rope? Okay. What's the room limit? 15.
あ
Did I ask him this already?
あ
Vertically, horizontally, diagonally, yeah. Yeah, like we were unable to use the door. And okay, let's get more rooms. Do we have anything stored? No.
お
We can sell as well. That's interesting. Angled room. You can make a Triforce. You can get up to 10 of these. Furnished angled room or unfurnished angled room. You can totally make like a Triforce house. Weapon stand room, yeah, like in the last game. We can do some previews. Furnishings. Okay. Your walls can be connected to other types of rooms. Yeah, we can actually totally make like a Triforce with a little central garden or something, and that would be fun. There's an objectively best build. Oh, probably. But you know we're not going to do that. Review.
あ
I don't want to spend too heavily because we have not bought much gear in this game, and we do need to save up some cash for that.
あ
Okay. So this was the furnished one. Maps and notebooks. Connecting a bunch of stairs to each other, yeah. I actually haven't quite sorted out how multi-level building works yet. I should try a vertical stack or something to see about that, but it's actually maybe make this usable. You're a proud homeowner of Hyrule's first skyscraper. Is it really the first skyscraper, though? I mean, if you look at the entirety of Rito Village, what is that, right? Yeah, I'm thinking we actually will create some kind of, like, Triforce structure. Maybe set some of these on their side and, you know, kind of, yeah, I would need to bend a bit, though. Yeah. What do I want to sell?
Ah.
Oh, okay, you can sell directly here.
Ah.
Let's take a look at the standard one.
Oh.
That was the furnished one. Yeah, if we... I wonder if we can put stuff on the walls if we have it unfurnished. 3 walls can be connected to other types of rooms. Are we going to do that? Or just place it vertically and see what we can do with it. Oh, also, we've got so many other rooms that I didn't even know we had because I didn't bother to scroll down. But yeah, we might have to play with this a bit. I don't know if I'll necessarily play with this entirely on stream or even just do some of this off stream, just because I could take forever playing with stuff like this. But it's nice to have this as kind of endgame collectible as well, right? Because you can make such a money dump out of it. I see what you're saying about stairs, because you can buy up to 15 and you can just build 15. But I think we'll totally do some kind of like Triforce design with multiple angled rooms. And connect them in such a way that, you know, you have maybe some stairs going up or... Looking at upside down, the other side works as a stairway too. Oh, I see. Okay, okay. I see what you mean by that then. Well-shaped pond. Interesting. Too bad you can't make triangular gardens then. Okay, well, we can keep horses here, which is excellent. Goddess statue. I mean, we're so close to town, though. I don't know if we necessarily need that. Cooking pot. Yeah, well, want something like that. I kind of think we'll just build for a while, in fact, because this... might be fun. Suitable frame for hanging and painting. We don't have the camera yet, so that's not going to be useful yet. But we can definitely do some weapon stashing since we're overloaded with them anyway. Eventually. We did a lot of that in the first game, just using some storage. Furnished square room. Let's take a look at how this looks. Let's preview it. Yeah. You're talking about the indoor stairs, I see. You're guessing each house part is an 100% run, unless you can't fit them all on the plot of land. That's an interesting question for people designing those categories. Connecting 14 indoor stairs with one side propped up by a stable. Right, because the stable makes it stable. I see what you did there.
Ah.
Okay, so you have a weapon gallery. We obviously won't leave this here, but oh, that's kind of neat that you can also just display. If you have weapons that are just too precious to use, you know. I kind of think we will start creating a weapon museum. Because some of this stuff I'm not going to use it in quite some time, just given how nice it is. Soldier 4 parts aren't particularly... Well, yeah, they're kind of neat, but... Probably definitely put in some of the flux pounders and talus hammers and such, because, you know, when were we actually going to use this when it's this spectacular? We know how to get more, too. It's not the prettiest thing, though. It's kind of slapped together, in fact. This was the luminous one? Or no, it's... yeah. That looks... like it would raise some questions. Anyway, let's take a look. I've seen all into... yeah. You thought you'd sneak that one by me? No. No. The great minds think alike. Quick trip back here to pick it up when needed for the final battle yet. Don't tell me where that is, obviously, if you do know, but... well... but I know what you're getting at. Let's see how big the paddock is. I guess unit-wise the preview shows you that this is a 2x1.
Ah. Ah.
But it'd be nice to have an extra little stable point here. One of the giant horse fits here, in fact. I kind of want to get a bunch of these rooms now. We might not do a very spectacular build just yet, but we can kind of get by with something. Because I'm thinking about what I'll do, like if I want to do like this massive Triforce design or something, whether we want to actually connect the pieces completely or kind of have just 3 outside pieces. And whether we want it to be oriented sort of vertically. Oh, there's a shrine there. We were warned about that. Yeah, because you could totally like create this tower with things like the indoor stairs and you know, just pop something on top of that. That might be interesting. But
Oh.
this is expensive stuff, though.
Ah.
Let's take a look at some more of the steps.
Oh.
Might be fun to build some things for utility, but let's take a look at the indoor steps. So if you want to expand beyond the ground floor, yeah. Let's see how it looks.
Ah.
Okay. This can actually get quite large. Because when we can... I see now what you mean with the skyscraper. Like, this might actually be interesting if you just kind of stagger them, right? Like if you stagger them back and forth, and then this landing that comes out, and because I'm thinking I'll build some kind of like Triforce tower or something like that. It would be fun. And then some kind of vehicle pad as well that I can use as a landing point. Although I don't know if you can just have an open landing. Well, I mean, you can do, you know, rooftops as an open landing of some sort.
Oh.
Okay. I can't really afford that much right now. That's the only problem.
Oh. Ah.
Let's just take a look at this. If it's completely open frame without the walls on that side, that
Ah.
might be interesting. Because, yeah, if you're not going to be using the furnishings necessarily anyway, then what I could do is I could take 3 triangles. I create the lattice and latch it on top of something else. This would cost me 900. You just kind of turn it on its side and then you know, use it as a something topping a tower or maybe a rooftop or something. Yeah, you know what? Let's buy a few of these. I'm gonna buy the plain ones. I don't think I need to furnish ones if I'm going to turn it upright. So, although perhaps if we do like a Triforce hall. Then it would make sense to like do a lattice of 4 pieces or something, and we'll see. Let's. We can always buy more, right? Let's get up to some higher amount of cash. Not so much opal. Sell some amber as well. Sell. Sell. And do I have enough? Let's buy it.
Ah.
We might just spend the rest of the stream constructing, unless I want to take a look at the shrine on the hill, obviously. But
Oh.
since we're here, you know, let's do whatever furnishings. Having spare parts doesn't particularly hurt.
Ah. Oh.
Okay, so here's how we'll do it.
Ah.
Okay, so I wonder if we can just go corner to corner with these attachments. I bet we can. Oh, if you can't, then maybe I would need the central piece as well then. Unless we create some kind of support structure in the back, which we might have to do. Because I was hoping to build something like stacked, whoops, not on you. Stacked like this. And then have a kind of supporting piece behind it. If you can't actually latch these corner to corner, then I would in fact need an additional piece in the middle. Unfortunately, I can't just knock out its wall or anything. It would just look like a triangle from the outside, which defeats the purpose. But basically, if I added some additional supporting piece behind, that whoa. Hang on. What if we created something like a garden structure or something that would actually cross that gap? It'd be a few units wide. So, for example, let's say we are up here, and we. I mean, I need to basically lie this flat and then try to attach some things to it. Let's do this. We could spend an entire stream on this stuff. Very tempting too. Okay, well, let's see what we were restricted from doing. Because let's say try to build something like this. Basically, we would need a connecting piece. The natural thing to do is to, you know, use the other triangle, but I'm just going to lay this down on the side first and then try to see if we can build something behind this perhaps to stabilize it. Like if we have this, and perhaps we attach something on the outside, like a rooftop garden or something to stabilize it. So let's say we try to take a 2x1. Because maybe we can do something like a rooftop garden too. To actually paste this together and hold it in place. So I kind of just need to check how it's going to look first if we do something like that, where yeah, you could attach to both pieces basically and then hold them together, which means that if we wanted we'd basically connect one over here, connect one on the other side. This will be 5 pieces total just to kind of glue it in place.
Oh.
Let's try something outdoor, like the flower bed. Yeah, garden unit, garden pond, outdoor stairs. Let's try with a flower bed. We'll just have a diagonal flower bed, potentially. Thank you for the follow. So yeah, you could basically like have a diagonal flower garden on the outside. And then use that as a piece that kind of attaches the parts together. And so we need 2 of those. I think it might work. So we need 500 rupees to do this. Don't want to sell off the diamond just yet. And if we have something like, we've got so much flint. Just sell off 75 flint or something and get some more amber beyond that. And I'll buy this. And we'll try with 1 first before we buy another one, just to see if this concept will actually work. And we'll just build this into a landmark. Yeah, because the idea will be that if I can, we'll paste two triangles together. And I feel that this is a bit of heavy lifting here. So we'll basically kind of do a half and half. If we can, we'll just shove it in. So is that roughly at the halfway point? I think it is. And we attach the other one. Great. And the idea is that we can use an additional one on the other side. A similar orientation. So we basically have like a Triforce garden. Then we can stack it on top of something else. And basically, we'll eventually take this entire construction and flip it up. Let's get another garden, quickly.
Oh. Ah. Oh.
Unfortunately, it means we have very little space remaining after this for rooms that are actually functional, but that's okay. The idea is to place this on top of some kind of tower or something else that will put together. So, where is my flower bed? There we go.
Ah. Hmm.
We're going to wind up selling off everything just to build more houses. That's okay.
Ah.
Main thing I'm concerned about is just spending materials that I need for gear upgrades. Let's do this. Okay, so now we want to make sure this is in the correct orientation to match the other side. So with the flower beds kind of facing the same way once you flip the whole structure upwards. So yeah, flowers are currently facing down. That's good. What we'll do is we'll attach this halfway. Then we'll do this. Oh, come on, burn away. And that way you can kind of have a loose attachment like this. And then, after you're done with this, you can stack it on top of some other construction to basically build this as this massive beacon that's going to sit on top of my actual house. So you pretty much have one intervening layer here that gives you a floor with something like an observation deck, you know, like a... I don't know if you want to use like a square room to hold this up, or... basically something to make it into a tower. And then just hold the whole thing up that way. So it's visible from very, very far. So yeah, I guess we can have a way, but you know, that's not that interesting. You can enter it. You can hope it works. Yeah, I mean, you know, the more I build this, the more I want to spend on more parts to make it ever more elaborate. But I think we should do a kind of a provisional build here first, just to see how it looks, and then we'll attach more parts after that. Why do I just have this single unit here? What was this? Is that the bedroom? Why is it just attached like that? Oh, because Yeah, there we go. Yeah, there we go. So we'll do a bit of a review of this, and then we'll place the Triforce a bit differently after that to kind of get it elevated so it's visible from very far over the horizon, ideally. I don't know what the draw distance will be like on your custom build. Hopefully better than something like Subnautica, where it's not so flexible. Basically, if we do something like this, then basically it's kind of a Triforce rooftop in some ways. I mean, this won't be the final configuration, obviously. We'll raise it, we'll build a tower underneath it, but yeah, possibly put staircases in the back and get a couple of levels behind it.
Oh.
Let's preview it. Say I'm done. Okay, not too bad. Yeah, basically you get some garden space on top. Some diagonal growth. If I wanted, I could even put... no, you do need these pieces too. Be there. So it's like this open garden plot on either side. Yeah, it's too bad I can't extend this any further, in fact, too. So I wonder if there's a better way to enclose it. Like with some kind of piece that would connect them in the interior instead. But, you know, because of the netting, you can't actually do that. You can't have the individual pieces intersect all that much. So I think this is likely going to be the best we'll be able to do with that part of the design. Let's see what the main area here looks like. And yeah, basically you can put other rooms underneath and great. A bit of a tower that way. You see a risky but potential solution. Maybe. Oh, by the way, notice the chime when you enter the house. Let's close this. Listen very carefully. Wait, it didn't play it. Okay. Maybe that was just part of the score at that moment. Anyway, no, it's the right there. That's the descending figure from Wind Waker. When you're entering interior spaces in Wind Waker, barging into people's houses. Okay, I think what we will do is, you know, we might customize this just a little bit more. I don't know if we particularly like this entranceway, to be honest. It's a little cumbersome, but, you know, you can kind of build around it with some additional garden spaces or a stable out front, because it would basically be like an attached garage. Yeah, because right now you've got this open plan here. I think it would make more sense to sort of have two adjoining rooms or something. And we could be stuck here all day. Now that I look at it. We're going to be stuck here all day. Risky but potential solution.
Oh.
Yeah, the thing is, something needs to attach to the top piece, right? And I don't want to obstruct the central triangle. I do want it to be an open aperture. And so, no matter what we use to be the attachment point at the bottom, we still have some issues after that. Okay, let's detach from this point, because we don't want to wreck it from the top. Oh, that's interesting. If you attach and then detach, No, you'd still need everything else to hold this together, so... What? Let me grab this. You can also kind of have things set loosely as well. But I think I'd rather have this be like a hard attachment. Then we'll build some kind of infrastructure beneath it. Come on. Okay. Yeah, because we definitely want this to sit up top as an observation tower or something. And the question is how we lead up to it. Probably with something like this staircase. I mean, it's mostly just going to be decorative, right? So.
Oh.
I haven't actually previewed the outdoor staircase yet, and that seems like it's an important thing to have. Let's take a look.
Oh.
Okay. Yeah, because this is too wide. And we can kind of have the outdoor staircase be the passage that leads up to... Oh, I see what it means by flipping it around, yeah. Maybe so. Really, really steep. Doable. Because you can kind of have an outdoor staircase go up here, and it would just kind of drop you into an open space, except if you put these two up with some existing piece and you have a little bit of flooring underneath. That's an observation point. Let's take a look at the study, maybe. Is the study just enclosed, though?
Oh.
Try a couple of different things. Or just a plain old square room. It's 2x2, yeah. Yeah, because if we have some interior stairs that go up to it from the outside, then be able to kind of build this in as a bit of an open space. See here, let's check the study. We should just buy a few pieces anyway that we know we'll want. Yeah, basically if you have, you know, like a set of outdoor stairs coming over here to a landing, and then build a study, and have the study be the piece that is underneath. And do we have some additional rooms that would be like maybe 1 block wide that would fit well? And then the thing I'm looking at here is that I do want something kind of 4 units wide in total. Or do I? Because what was the other flat piece? It was the outdoor pool or something? Yeah. So the idea is that I want something kind of unobtrusive.
Ah. Oh.
As the piece that is underneath.
Ah.
Let's see, we'll probably just have to buy tons of stuff so we actually have some pieces to configure. But I definitely want it standing upright so we can see it from a great distance. L-shaped pond. Also be used without water. Because if we basically have two garden ponds and we kind of stack them on top of each other, we can elevate the Triforce room in a very unobtrusive manner. And let's see how the stacking is going to work. I'm going to
Oh.
attempt.
Ah. Hmm.
I'm going to attempt something here. Let's say we take this out for a moment. Because what do we stack these in such a fashion that garden space is kind of visible from below? Because I'm thinking, like, if you have L-shaped pond going each way, you kind of have this, like, rooftop pool that adjoins the Triforce. You kind of build under it that way. Let's, that's going to be so many units, though. It's going to take up tons of space. Particularly because the thing's not symmetrical. And we do love symmetry around here. And basically, if you have like a deck here, and build an outdoor pool around it, then you would have like a support structure that is connected, right? Or let's figure out how it's going to work. Because basically, I want to elevate this whole thing in a way that still gives it some kind of surface here, so it isn't just totally open down below. I'm trying to figure out what to fill in with this. But the pond idea might work. Like you build one L-shaped pond here, one L-shaped pond here, and you just kind of attach them over another structure. I don't know if that makes sense. I've already used so many units too. Like we're not going to have enough units available for like actual utility rooms. Anyway, let's just buy what we want. Let's just buy things, actually.
Ah. Oh.
And we're likely just going to start next stream with tons of this stuff. And yeah, we don't need 100 pieces of flint. Let's sell off another 30 or something. And yeah, we're really selling down like crazy, actually, but what else can I sell here? That would be good. Oh, some of this food that we haven't really been using. Since some of this is just kind of taking up space, so... Just trying to see what's valuable here that we also don't particularly feel like keeping. Not the really valuable enemy parts, obviously. We're overspending on this already, but I want to just try this with one pool, maybe, just to see how it looks. Or we'll sell it for a few more gems. We're gonna regret it when we're massively short on upgrade materials, but
Ah.
okay.
Oh.
Let's buy some rooms. Yeah, we can put away some things. I mean, who needs a bedroom, right? Or even the foyer. I think we can just kind of... let's try with the outdoor stairs, and let's try like maybe a garden pond. And just to see how we'll actually build.
Ah.
We'll try the outdoor stairs too.
Oh.
Maybe eventually to study. Basically, I want to see how to we'll connect. Okay, that's decent.
Ah.
Too many units already, but
Hmm.
the thing I'm looking at is what if we stack the pool under the triangle? It's going to be a little bit end-loaded, but then we can make it, you know, kind of unobtrusive that way, right? And yet kind of close off the surface. I feel like there's no attachment point if you put it on top of the netting. Oh, yes there is. Yes there is. Of course there is. We'll preview this quickly just to see how it looks. It's gonna have like a little Triforce pool.
Ah.
Let's just try it. I might have left some pieces out, but
Hmm.
I just want to take a look. Yeah, a little koi pond where... Oh, you got carp. Great. Yeah, it's like a little tunneling pool. Wonder, because then if you have steps, where are my steps? I guess they were not within bounds. Because we can have, you know, flower beds for gardens down here too, but yeah, it's too bad the pool is confined to this L shape actually. So I feel like we could probably slightly better than that. The idea is that, you know, you would have something like a door staircase coming up here. You just stack this on top of the entrance. Because you'd have the L shape. And then you could support it with a staircase and support it with a room here. This wall is kind of taken up though. But oops. What is my goal? My goal is to build something that will have a nice Triforce tower. That will also have something at the bottom here to act as a surface that will roughly make sense. And also, you know, not look too unsightly from afar. Like, we want to elevate this whole structure a little bit in such a way that the Triforce will just kind of stand out in the landscape and look good. The pool might not be the best way to do it, but unfortunately there aren't flat pieces other than the gardens that I can really use for this. Because the main consideration here is just finding out how to attach the top piece, right? Without having to build another enclosed triangle. Your crypt looks awful, yeah. I mean, this is my first time doing this. We just unlocked it this stream. Yeah, let's buy some more parts. And
Oh. Ah.
steps also didn't make it in this previous configuration.
Ah.
Yeah, because he's holding my steps.
Oh. Ah. Oh.
Yeah,
Ah.
let's take it out.
Ah.
So he says something about flipping the steps over. We'll see how it looks. Essentially about what's useful in this mode. Yeah, I'm actually concerned at this point I won't have enough room for what's useful simply because we're spending so many parts on things that are purely cosmetic in nature. The idea is also, what do you say about turning it over? Maybe turn it over. It's not that helpful, right? But if you have something like this, then you have a very tall staircase, which might still be fun. I'm trying to get some kind of vertical build together, basically, that will make sense. The idea would be it would kind of stack this on top of something. So you would connect it to the outdoor pool, but have this join something else. I don't think that quite works, simply because this is adding, you know, this kind of half tile of elevation here that we can't cover for. Unless we build... The thing is, I have this tendency to always want to build symmetrically, and we just don't have the parts to really do that with. Because I'm a very symmetrical thinker in some ways, to a fault. But if, for example, we have like a little pool deck this way, and put this over a central structure, like a bedroom. Maybe that'll work. Let's move this for a moment. Hang on. Yeah, because obviously this isn't meant to be something that you stack things on top of, but we're doing it this way, so... But if we basically have like an L-shaped pool structure on the outside, and then basically I want to make sure the Triforce is placed in such a way that we have a very clear aperture for it. And we stack it on top of like a single room, like a study, or 2x2 like a bedroom. Like we can test it with the bedroom basically. But I don't think it's going to look particularly elegant. Like it, yeah, I'd rather support it over a tower of some sort, but there's a bit of a natural limitation to that. Or, yeah, basically we'd create like a double outdoor pool. If I can afford it. Place one half this way. Place the other half the other way. Have this kind of central pool structure. And then you can stack some things below it. Like have one indoor staircase. So this would basically be the massive rooftop that's going to end up being 7 pieces. I just don't like it. I want to elevate this a lot more, but the thing is, you know, it's obviously not really designed to be built in quite this fashion. Because you'd basically be using 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 pieces just on the roofing. That really doesn't leave space for actual function. So we might scrap the idea of the outdoor pool. Do you have something like a study? Or something in the back? Then you can kind of elevate this as a tower. Yeah, let's see this. Let's find a study.
Ah. Oh.
I wish there was a little bit more fluidity to the size of the pieces. But
Ah.
or what would be good as a sort of open observation room? That would be like an open face room that you can really look into from afar. I feel like the study would be nice simply because it's, you know, just this one piece here and you can balance the Triforce on top of it. But maybe that's not the best way to do it. Let's see. Shield stand, bow stand, weapon stand. Yeah, the nice thing about these larger spaces is that they can work pretty well as single hubs. That would just fill in a ton of space at once, but I feel like we need a little bit more flexibility when it comes to just spacing. Because we just have these sort of 2 units wide, we have one that's 1 unit wide. And the problem is that if we have... So this thing is 4 units wide. If you have a centerpiece that's 1 unit wide, and it's going to be half and half, and it's, you're left with like 2.5 and 2.5. So no matter what, you're going to have a little bit of this sort of unsightly drop off. And unless we actually change the outdoor pool a bit and I'm gonna attach it in that. Oh, whoops! Nope, don't want to detach everything here. That was a mistake. Pull this out. Let's attach this back where it belongs. Hang on, made a bit of a mess of this. Place this outside for a moment. Or under rope. Move this out. This guy's in the way. He's standing in my way. Not exactly on-site safety here. But yeah, basically we want to attach. Come on, let me attach. Okay, there we go. So this is the central structure. If we have a study, we can kind of create a tower, but it would sort of be open around the side. I just don't know if I like that. So we might need a building that's kind of too wide underneath, but then it won't look so much like a tower, right? That's the concern. What we can do is kind of test this with a couple of different pieces. Is it exactly too wide? I think it is, which is one of the problems. Because let's say we kind of, you know, place it like this, pretending that this is a one wide room. would have like... The issue is that we'd still have a little bit that's kind of dangling off the end. Just might have to compromise with this and build it with a too wide base for the actual tower structure. Or we can take a room that doesn't suffer too much from being built vertically and use that as a tower. However, it would have to be something that makes sense to turn vertically like that. I don't know if we have that necessarily. Yeah, because then you could, you know, build something up this way. Let's see, because you know what? If the bedroom's kind of facing in and not usable as a bedroom, like if we just keep it enclosed as a tower, and then that might still work. But basically, I just need some kind of enclosed box, a 2x1 box that makes sense to stand vertically. I just don't know if there's a part that fits that description.
Ah. Oh. Ah.
Because something like an unfurnished room like this... Actually, if you build a square room, like basically I want a 2x1 that I can stand up on the side, ideally. None of this works. Absolutely none of this works for this purpose. Yeah, none of these rooms will actually do the job. It's not quite flexible enough for what I'm going for. Square room doesn't solve the problem because if you put it on its side, then you still have this open drop below, and I prefer not to have that. I think double garden pond is actually probably still the best way to do it then. Because then you can just sort of build a tower underneath it and still enclose. Yeah, I like that actually. Double garden pond and then a study underneath. And this is so many parts though. That's already like 8 parts or something.
Oh.
Okay. And then let's sell off something so we can buy the study. Or something else that will kind of fit on its side like that. The problem with the study is that we need a way to enter it. So the idea now that I have is that we have something like this, that we... Well, we don't have too many parts here. And if we can build like a 2x1 tower, that'd be great. The problem is that would be something completely ugly from the back unless we enclose it. And we could enclose it. The idea would be that you build on top like this. Hang on. Okay. I build an L shape. And either have 2 water features adjoining. Yeah, I think that works. I'm just thinking about a silhouette of the building and what we're going for. So you could have something like this, like as the bottom piece. So you kind of have these water features out front, and then build this on top. This would be like a little promontory. Yeah, okay. And then build enough room on top of that. So the idea is that we attach one on top of the other. Yeah. And then attach this piece on top of this one. Like that. And now you have this swimming pool that's going to be down there. And then you elevate the entire thing on top of another structure that creates some kind of tower. Like put it on top of a 2x1 that you can then enclose. The only problem is that we need to enclose it somehow, and we can probably do it. And it's not quite as elegant as I would like. But then we can support it in the back some way. We probably won't do the shrine this stream, by the way. I'm too busy building. But what we'll do is maybe start with a shrine next stream. Yeah, because then we can build like maybe 2 floors underneath this. That's so many units already in use, so. I mean, the idea is that if you take this staircase, just demonstrate this for a moment. You can kind of put a staircase in the back that would lead up to this. And then maybe you could like go under the stairs to this little cubby. Oh, you know what? That's a good idea, actually. You could have like a study under the stairs, and then use the study to support this room. It's not a bad idea, actually. It's just that I don't know if elevation-wise that might work for what I'm going for. Because I kind of want an additional floor beyond that, right? So we'd need an additional staircase as well. The other alternative is to, build more staircases this way, but again, the need for symmetry. But we're going to end up with like but we need to really go asymmetrical apart from the Triforce and go for something that's very Frank Lloyd Wright. And because if we build the steps behind there, got a pool out front here. This could be like a little overlook over our entrance, maybe. That's assuming we build one floor. We kind of want to build 2 floors. So we have something like an indoor staircase, then how would that work? Like, because fundamentally I still like this idea of having a study. It's too bad we can't just build ladders or something. That would be ideal. Or, this could be the ladder and it'd be like a little tree house. Get up to the study. Actually, no, that's fine, because the study would be on the 2nd floor if you build this on the 1st floor, and then... Let's buy the study. We can't prototype this if we do it, so... Let's... Sell. We need to sell. Wow, that's not worth very much anymore. Let's, we might have to start selling diamonds or something. Definitely not star fragments, they're too hard to get, but... Might have to sell a lot more stuff. And we'll have no money left for gear later in the game. probably going to regret selling that many gems, but that's okay. We'll eventually see what some of the requirements are like for enemy parts, and maybe it'll clarify things a bit. Okay.
Oh.
Let's see what we get to study. I like the idea of having to study. 100 steps, apparently. Let's do it.
Ah. Ah.
Let's see how it fits. It's not really going to be a utility-oriented house. By the looks of it, I'm not going to have like full galleries or anything, at least not with the current configuration. We might eventually find something that's more cost efficient that doesn't, you know, spend so heavily on outdoor pools and like, but the idea is that we can place this over like this. Ooh, that doesn't quite work, does it? Are you going to let me attach, or are you just going to attach the wrong piece completely? It doesn't let me do the halfway attach point. That's too bad. Are you sure? No, it should totally let me do that. We can do it with everything else. But maybe not the one wide piece. I mean, maybe you're allowed to let it sit loosely. But let's get on top of this first. So the idea is that we would either do this. I have this little cubby hole here. Problem with that is that, like, that would just give me one floor. Or you could have the study actually be attached to the top of this. But then it would be kind of open plan, right? Where you're gonna come up here and then you have your little workspace that is totally exposed to the elements. It's not very secluded. When we do this, then maybe we can place another set of rooms on top. Let's figure this out. Yeah, we need to not be glued to this location. So yeah, unfortunately, I think you can't actually do like the halfway attachment point, which kind of spoils this idea. Because I want to do it like this, but I think I would need to use other attachment points with surrounding pieces in order to do that, which unfortunately kind of defeats the purpose of doing this to begin with. Unless we have like a 2x1 room over here, which unfortunately also kind of defeats the purpose of doing this, where like the whole idea was to try to like create something that looks more like a tower. And you basically have the steps take you up here. You would need a little bit of a climb, but then you get up into the outdoor pool. And then this would also stabilize the structure somewhat. But yeah, unfortunately, I guess if you're not allowed to do the halfway placement here, that doesn't quite work. Although you could create like some kind of 3-wide arrangement. I don't know if he lets you sit pieces loosely like this. In fact, he might not. But if he does let you place it loosely, then that solves a few problems. In fact, we should try the inspection to see if he requires that all the pieces are attached. And because maybe he doesn't. Maybe the whole thing will just fall over. So let's just try this briefly.
Oh. Ah.
And so let's see if it passes inspection. Because if it's allowed to sit loosely, we have a lot more flexibility.
Mm.
You're good to go. Look at that.
Haha.
So yeah. So yeah, we can have a little cubby hole over here. A little workspace with a back patio and everything. A little bit exposed, perhaps, given the way the desk is sitting inwards, but, you know. That's going to be a configuration no matter what, just given that it's facing in. I usually don't have my desk layouts this way where, you know, your back is facing to the open. But that's my house, not Link's. He has different priorities. The idea is that you'd come up here and you'd have like a little swimming pool. You can always go out to the sun deck. A little additional bathing, even if you can't quite fit under this. And even if you have to, you know, walk over this whole central structure here, but, you know, it's basically just a water feature. Then, ideally, you'd place this over some other structure that then keeps the whole thing together. Perhaps, yeah, join this in such a way that you have, you know, some L-shaped pieces and complete this, and then would give you an attachment point for the rooftop. Like the foyer, for instance. That, or some other L shape that makes sense. What would make sense? Like if you... Basically you'd need something that's kind of like two pieces going this way. L shape going this way. Yeah. A little bit ugly. Because basically the rooms just wouldn't connect properly. But for example, you rotated to study and then had it under steps. I don't know. We have to put this down. We have to return to it next stream, I think. There's too much to do with it. We'll spend the early part of next stream building, but I actually do think I should sign out soon. So this is the one thing that I think I might play with off stream. I've been recording everything I've been doing in this game so far, but it's kind of like when I was doing all my gear setup in Fire Emblem and such. Like, it might not be interesting to watch me really experiment. But we'll see. We'll see. Because I'll want to play with this a lot. This is not too bad. If we turn it and then kind of have this entryway. Yeah, the problem with the L-shaped configuration is that it doesn't quite get me what I'm going for here. We might have to give up on the idea of the Triforce like looking at like a tower or something and really sort of because we need to enclose it somehow. I really did want to like build this massive tower with it, but if we build two rooms that are just totally enclosed, unfortunately it's just kind of wasted space, right? But and it also still wouldn't really sit flush. So we might just need to build like this kind of two-wide structure underneath it and have this patio space eventually. Anyway, I can't really even afford that many more parts, so we'll probably have to call it for time being and totally not use my vertical bedroom. I really wish we could figure out a way to turn this into a tower. Like, but we'll configure it properly next time, and we'll even, you know, position it such that the aperture is particularly scenic when viewed at either angle. So, you know, you'd look at this and you'd see something perfectly positioned in a triangle, and you could do so similarly from this angle. You know, have it like perfectly framed Death Mountain or something on this end, and then something else on the other side. But because that would be neat. And it would be in keeping with Breath of the Wild principles in some ways. Because I don't even mind this opening up top because it's like a little sunroof or something. A little bit of light coming through top. Just keeping this pool well lit. Yeah, we have to stop thinking so symmetrically though. And with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 pieces being used for the whole Triforce rooftop pool structure, we probably need to reduce that somehow to get more utility into the space. But we'll think about it next time. I think we'll leave it for now and see what we can do. Yeah, leave this place in a very incomplete state and probably begin with a shrine next time. Okay. Let's... Or have I done this one already? It's got the open door, right? We have done this one already. What even was this? Oh, this one was the massive weapon depot with all the... This one's the one where you make the Mad Max monster vehicle. Yeah, okay, so we've done this anyway, so... Okay, that's fine. It looks a little ugly from this side, doesn't it? With a garden kind of sitting in the open like that. Like if we could kind of balance it properly with an open frame. And have the top triangle attached properly, that would be best, but I don't know that there's a good way to do it. It doesn't look great coming from this side. I'm not really sure what to do with it. However, oh, you can actually enclose the panels though, right? Because if you have the panels side by side attached to each other, oh, that could work. Okay, change of plan, change of plan. We might actually have a way to do this without doing that, but yeah, there might actually be a way to enclose it. I don't know that I want to enclose it because, again, you know, we kind of like the light coming through. But it does look a little bit ugly on the side, so... But basically, if you had two... So, for example, if you had two of the garden plots connected next to each other, so the two garden plots would be connected, and then they would be used to connect adjoining triangles. That was actually kind of the obvious thing to do, and I guess the problem with that is that the piece budget, it would be crazy because you basically need two pieces on either side to connect. And then you really wouldn't be able to go with this idea here with the pool. I wonder, in fact, if the pool would still hold water if you had it on a diagonal, or if it would, I don't know, create a little fountain or waterfall or something. We should try it sometime, but not today. Maybe next time. Anyway, let's be perfectly framed by the Triforce here. Looking ferocious. So, I hope I actually picked up my weapons after previously, yeah. Fooling around with displaying them. But this is how we look in front of what will eventually be the dream home. And we will leave this here. Anyway, thank you so much for watching. I ran way too late today, again, but that's just how this game is going to roll. And we got a fair bit done today. We got the whole labyrinth sorted out. We didn't really get that much done. We kind of flew around a labyrinth in the sky for way too long. But anyway, thank you for watching. We'll see if there's anybody that it makes sense for us to raid. I appreciate that my viewership for this game has been kind of growing as people have become more and more comfortable with watching it, given their own progress as a player. And we've got so much more to come. I mean, I feel like I'm not even halfway, and we've been streaming this for a month. So, thanks so much for watching. We will send you one elsewhere. Blood Moon is coming up over the horizon as we speak, but we'll pause here and that'll be the thing that begins next stream, perhaps. Anyway. Thanks for watching. Until we meet again next time. I will send you on, and as always, fare thee well.